G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers. Last time I managed to get these lights to be sort of, well, they are timed with the night. So they auto turned on for me, which is nice. Hopefully it'll make it a little bit easier to get around here if I have to have my lights off. It's always a bit nicer having external lights rather than walking around with your headlights on all the time. Assuming I don't get the bug where I don't have a choice in the matter. I can't remember what I was trying to do next. I think last time I talked about trying to get a proper furnace setup done. Maybe? Does anyone remember? Oh, excuse me. Actually can't remember where my next thing, like, I'd aimed to do was. I wonder. I'm going to need to go and do a whole lot more mining because I still don't have much in the way of materials. In fact, have I got some iron over here? Yeah, I do. I will hop. I think what I'm gonna do is I've got 2 more lockers in here. I'm gonna bring them outside, and I might make a few more lockers so that I can store more ores. It also might be worthwhile making the tool manufactory, actually. Tool thingy. Which is made from the electro printer? Question mark? Kit. Or is it from the other one? Oh man, I can never remember. Ah, tool manufactory, there we go. Need 10 grams of copper. This will be the 3rd stream on this save. You wanted to build a more purpose-built greenhouse and something about atmosphere or gas instead of coal wasting. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to need a whole lot of materials. So let's get a tool manufactory set up. Then I can make, whatchamacallit. Come on, brain. What can I make with that? I can make the mining belts. Oh man, what is wrong with me? Cough. Gah. Sorry about that. Yeah, so make more mining belts so that I can go out and mine for longer and fill up, but not fill up so quickly. I can also make one of the mining belts into just a volatiles belt, which is always handy. Hadn't planned on making a trap for Capac. A Capac trap. A cap trap. I'm not even sure how to approach making a cap trap in this. Hey, Gabor. I have tried Satisfactory. I do not enjoy it. A trapac. Can you make a big red button in this? Like, is there something that is a big red button? No, those are tables. Those are lockers. I've not actually made much with... Huh. I guess because the logic takes me so long to figure out, I never did anything more advanced with it. I probably should try to. But it's very hard to do that when Capac's around, so maybe I should try and get my head around doing some of the more fun things with it while I'm here solo before it gets suitable for multiplayer and I restart. Oh, switches. Right. I'm actually going to take this tool manufactory outside, I think. Nuts. I need iron for the... I threw the iron. Why did I do that? Mine sheets. I've got cables. That should be everything I need for the tool thing. Let's just change my battery while I'm here. What about in my tool? Swap that out too. I don't need plastic sheets. No! Oh. Well, maybe once I've got a few more things comfortably set up around here, we can... And if the update's still taking that time before it comes out suitable for multiplayer, we can work through some ideas for trap design to have some fun with it. Because that could be some amusement for us. Okay. I don't have my plastic sheets out here, do I? I do not. No. Yeah, I forgot the plastic sheet bit, and I read your message came around just as the door is shut on the airlock. Urgh. Maybe the cap trap can be an actual trapdoor. Push red button, fall in hole. Yeah, I guess there could be something like that, but I feel like if we're gonna make a cap trap, he has to know that he's trapped in a way that's highly amusing. Where are you? Plastic sheets, there you are. Like, all the doors close around him, then the floor falls out, then the door over his head closes, it overpressurizes, and then gets ready to launch him out like a cannon. The airlock does not have its own air buffer. That's something that I've previously done. I don't have much pressure inside the greenhouse at this point, which is part of the issue. So it takes a long time to repressurize because there's not much to grab from. But yeah, I probably could do something with the airlock to make it work a bit quicker, but I'll fiddle with that at another point, I think. Basket. I'm curious, but not curious enough to use up what little iron I've got. Mining belt. There it is. Let's make a bunch of these. I reckon that's probably enough. I think 4 mining belts is enough for now. It's actually 5 because I've got the one I'm wearing. I've got enough O2, got enough filters to be away for a little bit, and I've got enough food and water, I think. Although, let's just fill this water up. No, that is tomato soup, that is not water. How much gas is left in my welder? Enough. Enough, especially since I've got all this other stuff. I should be able to... Like, what I could do, if I ran out, I could just disconnect the ice crusher from the water pipe and vent this pipe, then crush some volatiles into it. It wouldn't be too hard. Okay, let's turn my light off. I've got plenty of battery power. And that means I can turn that off. Alright, let's go get a whole bunch of everything. Need copper, need volatiles, need oxides, need iron, need it all. So that we can build a bunch of stuff. Matcha, there's not much in the way of new items and mechanics in this. There are new ones since I last played regularly, but not for this specific update. This specific update's all about performance and making the game run better and be more stable, etc. But it already feels better, for me at least. On my kind of starting to age CPU.
Light on.
It's still good, but it is starting to show its age in games like this. Even if it's not straight volatiles for the welder, you can still pretty easily mix that by putting the right ratios into the ice crusher. That's not a big deal. But when I get back with all this material, I'll probably... I'll be looking at making the proper furnace, which will set me up for that. Yeah, I don't like that the new voice sounds so disinterested. I think that's what's upsetting people. It just sounds so morose. I think that's the jarring part. I don't think it's bad that it's not a Kiwi anymore, although that is a little bit sad in itself. But I think it's the tone. It's the disinterest, it's the light on. Thank you, Eeyore. It's basically if Capac did the suit voice. Now that would be jarring for people. If you're not familiar with morose, just think of Capac when he's being all moody and Mr. Cranky Pants, and I try and remind him that he's here to entertain, not to whinge about his missing tail. Should get Capac to record a new Space Engineers voice mod. You could call it Sleepy Sounds. All the copper that's here.
Jetpack on.
Looks like it could be. Upgrading your mining tool takes fancy stuff, so no, I have not done that. That voice has earplugs in their nose while speaking. Amusingly, that's also a description of Capac on some days. Uh... Thanks so much, 10AMA01, for subbing while I was offline. Thanks, Nova Chaos, for the Prime sub. And thanks, Thrallan, for the Prime sub. If Capac voiced the suit, it wouldn't warn you of anything. If Capac voiced the suit, half the recordings he'd be asleep for, and you'd think that there was thunder going on, because he'd be snoring. No, the suit would warn you that it's hungry if Capac did it. And after the fact... Zero Shadow, and after the fact suit voice mod in Space Engineers is the vanilla voice. Because so many of the warnings come way too late. Yes, it would be weird for me if Capac voiced the suit. That is true. Trouble is, there just wouldn't be as much fun if I voiced the suit, I think. Because it'd be like, oh, so you miraculously survived that fall again, did you? Ah. I guess you don't need me to tell you about your hydrogen running out. Oh, maybe I could do like... It'd have to be in my editor snarkiness. Like the comments that I put over my edited videos. Oof. Yeah, I don't think I want to do my best Kiwi accent. Because it's not good. Also, with Anzac Day on Monday, I feel like I shouldn't do things like that to the Kiwis at this point. For those not familiar, Anzac Day is a thing. Australia, it literally stands... The Anzac is Australia New Zealand Army Corps. Back when we were fully under the thumb of the British.
Filter low.
Yes, I know my filters are low. Indeed, Majestic Dwarf. Historically, the British did like people under their thumbs. Ooh. Yeah, actually, that's not bad, Matcha. You sure you don't need another piston or hinge here? Come on, you could definitely do that with more rotors. Why are you using jetpack fuel? You could just use hinges. I feel like I'd say hinges so much it'd lose all meaning. Let's close that one and that one and open up an iron one. I feel like I could make a suit voice mod if it was specifically for Capac. Because I could do a whole lot of things, say a whole lot of the things that I say to him anyway, but it'd mean that he'd be getting it from his suit and from me, which would be just delightful. For me. Can anyone think... I'm going to need more gold as well. I think I collected a little bit of nickel and cobalt. Oh well. I'll collect just lots of the basic stuff now, and then we can start building up the proper furnace. I want to make a proper furnace area, so I'm going to need to build a whole bunch of steel frames and stuff so that I've got a good room for it. Well, any more iron around here? Is that it? Seems like it might be it. I should really learn how to make use of the ground penetrating radar ore detector thing. But when I've tried to use it in the past, it didn't seem to work. In fact, it might not have even been working at the time I tried to use it. And Capac and I both gave up on it. Yeah. Be good if you could script an entry line like that, where as Capac joins the game, he goes, ugh, finally you're awake. There's nothing. Oh, maybe over here. No. Alright, I'm calling that deposit done. What other random thing can I stumble across in the dark? See you, Taylor Lion. Thanks so much, Black Shadow. Thank you for the gift subs. How's it going, Black Shadow? You'll be pleased to know that one of your pictures might have made it into the edit for the Survival Impossible episode that's coming out this weekend. It was just too on point for me to not use it. And I'll leave you to guess which one it might be. Yeah, it's a tough time of year for me to stream for those Europeans who have to go to work in the morning. I do my best to get up early, and this stream started my time like 6:45 in the morning. I have to really push myself to be any earlier than that. And I find it easier to be early than to be up late at night, like Capac's streams are. Though I do want to do an evening stream at some point. It's just figuring out which day to do it so it doesn't ruin me for my early morning streams at other times in the week. Splitskini, obviously. Sure. Nope, not that one. Once I've got this coal, I'm gonna start, now that it's daylight, looking for specific stuff like gold. Less. Thanks, Black Shadow. I'm really, it felt really good yesterday editing Survival Impossible and feeling like I was, it was like a blast of nostalgia getting back to it. I've realized in the last 6 months or so that the whole situation around moving house and the stress of that, along with lockdowns, along with having issues with not being able to set up both my computers and all this sort of stuff, just kind of, it killed any momentum I had toward getting edited content out again. And I'm pretty sad about that, because I always wanted edited content to be my main thing, because the added flexibility of editing stuff is so valuable. Like, if I go away and I've been organized, I can actually have videos come out while I'm away, meaning that I don't feel like if I was streaming that I'm just not there. Plus, I like edited content myself. I like actually watching stuff that's been edited down to get rid of the slower parts. So I was really happy to be back, but I think I hadn't appreciated how much I just lost that motivation. And what it might have needed to get it back. Hey, thanks Mackle for the 30 months of tier 2 sub. Indeed, dig diggy hole. That is what I'm doing. Because without the ore mods, it takes a lot longer to get the materials you need. I should probably, if I find time, which I probably won't at the moment, but if I was doing this at a time where I felt like I had more opportunities, I would probably go and mine off stream. Capac and I did that a couple of times during the Stationeers streams. We just, after the stream, would just be like, alright, let's just go and collect a bunch of resources so the next stream we don't have to do the mining. But I've got to do some prep work and other things for the other new series and Wrong Way Up as well. So they've got to take priority at the moment. There's a vehicle in this, it's just not customizable. There is a rover, but yeah, not a custom built thing like Space Engineers. Oh, it looks so nice having that, coming back and seeing that station battery be blue.
Light on.
Lockers. And it's not going to let me place it over that power line. Fine, it can just go there. Now, I know I could store stuff in the mining belts, but I actually prefer to have all the ores on display. At least when I don't have huge, huge amounts of them. So I find it makes it easier for me to know what I'm running out of. Okay. And now I just need a battery for my suit. Yep, I have enclosed the solar panels. And they're all on tracking too. Yeah, Grasdean did say that they're considering customizable vehicles. Hopefully it is something they can manage to factor in and have be a thing. But if they can't, I still have my fun. Got it, got it. More seats. Cool. Oh, max stack of 10. Got it. Taking a spare battery. Let's go do some more mining. Oh, it's getting dark already. Dang it. Yeah, Altair, I usually do... I've done something like that before where I paint the... I paint the belts for the color of the ore that they contain. But it still doesn't help you know how much is in it. And when you got enough space, I feel I may as well have all of the ores on display. Oh, may as well grab this lead since I'm here.
Light on.
Actually, with how much mining I'm doing, maybe I should look at what I need to make the better mining tool. I think I need the tool manufactory upgrade. Though, my memory of these things is vague at best. Yeah, I don't get lost because I've got a GPS. And I know what the GPS of my base is. Also, my base has lights that automatically turn on at night, so that helps. Means I just need to get vaguely in the vicinity and I'll be able to see it. Yeah, the heavy drill really is a big improvement. Maybe I'll head back after this and just have a look at what I need for it. Yeah, Nuki World, I'm pretty much at 000, but often I've not made my proper bases at 000. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go have a look. I think that's all the lead that's down here. Oh no, there's more. I don't think I'm likely to need much lead beyond this. So I remember using a lot of it in the past. Okay. That'll do.
Jetpack on.
Let's go see what I need for the other drill. It's better. Marathi, I don't think I have been having more mining not deforming. I feel like the mining not deforming thing is at its usual level of frustration. Frustrating. I think that's always been an issue. Sometimes it just doesn't seem to grab the voxel. But it was something that the heavy drill or the advanced drill, whatever it was, that I found was better with it than with the basic drill. I suspect it's like an area of effect thing. We do not have anything except for the mining drill. I do need a Tech 2 upgrade for this by the looks of things. Just gonna make a pink spray can. For when I make my volatiles belt. What do I need for the Tech 2 thing? There we go. Graffiti. Not sure that one works as well as it. Yeah, I'm not sure how well that one worked, Gruz. Alright, electroprint. What do I need? It's gonna be something nasty. Wait, do I have to upgrade this first? Wait, is that how this works? I can't remember. Where are the upgrades? What's it even called? Electronic parts, integrated circuits, sound cartridges, fridges, grow lights, Harvey, wind turbines. Search mod. Electronic printer mod. There we go. Steel, electrum, constantan, and solder. Electrum needs 2.4, a max of 2.4 megapascals, and I can probably make electrum fairly easily, but I'm gonna have to go find some silver because I don't think I've found any yet. Constantan. That's the trickier one-ish, maybe? Constantan shouldn't be too bad. Alright. I guess we know what that's got to be the goal, because mining with this thing just takes so long. So we get the electronics printer upgrade. Then we can use it to make the tool printer upgrade, which who knows what that requires. But let's start with this. We'll get some electrum and some constantan, because we already got solder sitting right here. Which we can shove in, because we know we're going to need it. So that means I need silver, gold, and just check if I've got nickel. Oh yeah, no, making an arc welder might be a good idea too. Is that arc welders a Tech 2 thing too? No. What does it require? Electrum Invar. Ooh, Invar. Yeah, Invar's a tough one with a standard furnace. It's got a narrow pressure range and a narrow temperature range, and the temperature range is really quite high. I think I remember Invar was one of the reasons that in the longer session that Capac and I played together, I made the room that the furnace was in particularly hot so that the furnace didn't lose much heat very quickly. So we got lead, silicon, coal, and cobalt. So I need nickel and silver and gold. Okay. Guess let's drink some water and let's see if we can find some at night. Off we go into the wild red yonder. Ah, hole.
Jetpack on.
I never played Tinkers. Actually, the main mod pack, main mod that I played in Minecraft once I started modding it more heavily, which would surprise nobody, was Terra Firma-Craft. Ooh, I'm gonna get this ice because I don't have much. In fact, I'd kind of love if they'd, one of the guys that was making Terra Firma-Craft has continued it somewhat. I would love to drag Capac into that, because there's enough with Terra Firma-Craft that you can do, like, little decorative pieces, because one of the things it had in it was the block chisel. Yeah, Black Shadow, I have heard of Vintage Story. I've never actually played it, but I found out about it before it even released. haven't looked at it very recently. I can't really remember what made me go, at the time. But it might have just been really early days of it, so I didn't think it had enough in there for me. Yeah, Terra Firma Craft was great. Like, one of the things I really liked about it was dealing with seasons and having to preserve your food. The systems really tried to... They really tried to make the systems feel like every time you learned one of them, you'd learned a new skill. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what attracted me to Vintage Story in the first place. That it was kind of like Terra Firma Craft as a standalone game. But I wonder how... I know they're still developing it because I'm still in the Discord for it. But I haven't looked at it recently. I probably should. This is why solo streams are important, because I get random thoughts like this and random conversations that lead to this stuff that might actually end up with me remembering something that I should have looked at ages ago. I'm going to stop digging for ice now, because I need to find gold while it's daylight. Gold and silver. Gold and silver. Ignore all else. Is that silver? Is that cobalt? Need nickel too, that's right. Cobalt. Dang it. Yeah, my solar tracker is working. The solar tracker is now heaps easier to set up. Needing only 2 logic circuits. Black Shadow, honestly... I'm honestly not sure where I stand with Vintage Story. I don't know. I'll have a look at it after the stream and see whether I've got a key lying around somewhere. Ah, that looks like silver. Not a lot of it though. But if I go getting Vintage Story, then how am I ever going to play Farming Sim? When am I going to find the time? Let's get all the water out of here. I would just find one single dot of silver, wouldn't I? Oh, that was gold. There it is. Yeah, what? When is... So, Euro Trucks was meant to have a new zone coming out ages ago, but it seemed like it was put on hold for what I presume are reasons that we don't talk about here. Because we don't need to do politics. But yeah, so Capac and I playing games like Euro Truck kind of got put on hold because of Wrong Way Up. We used to sort of do that. Well, we'd have one co-op stream on a Monday, and then we'd have a different co-op stream on a Tuesday and a different co-op stream on a Friday, or solo streams on Mondays and stuff like that. But Wrong Way Up kind of took over Mondays entirely. So I suspect when that series finishes, we'll probably have more streams over here on Twitch, and I'll have more streams on Flipsy again, because I won't be streaming on the main channel for a bit. I think I said this on one of my more recent streams. I'm thinking that one of the things I want to do in the future is on my main channel just have my stream series running during my summer. So once I switch to daylight savings time and it works better for Eurozone, then I'll do my stream series on the main channel. Because fortunately, daylight savings or not, the times that I stream tend to work for the US and Canada, so I don't need to worry about that. But just to try and include as many people as possible. I start late enough. I just don't stream at a good time for Australians, really. Oh, rebuilds of Austria. Cool. Yeah, a game from, what, Euro Truck Simulator is 2012? So a lot of the original areas are pretty dated. So they do need to rework a lot of it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to what I've got planned for the finale of Wrong Way Up. I think even if it all goes sideways on me, it will be pretty entertaining. Hey, Deadman. That looks like all the gold I'm getting. That sucks. Oh, maybe more. Maybe more. Maybe. Nope. Giant hole. Whoa. That doesn't look right. Oh. That's what I should have done. I should have taken out the GPS card and noted what the coordinates of this gold were. And then kept searching for silver while it was daytime.
Jetpack on.
Still got a little bit of day. Let's go find some silver. Or some nickel. I'll take either. Surprisingly, nothing's exploded horribly on me. As to how long to stream for, I think that's nickel just there. Just want to see what this is. These have typically gone somewhere between 4 and 5 hours. Or is that lead? I think that's lead. Yeah, that's lead. There's some silver. More than 6 kilos of it, or 6 units. 6 grams? That's more gold there. There's something that glittered over this way. Gold as well.
Light on.
Well, I'm gonna have to wait for the next day. And that's all the gold that's there, so let's go back and find that other spot. That's silicon. Gallons. Yeah, finding nickel on Mars is tough. It's finding anything without the ore finding glasses is a bit of a pain. But in theory, I'll be pretty close to getting the ore goggles once I've got the better mining drill. So I don't think they're too far off once you've got the stuff set up to get the better drill. Yeah, I know it's not going to be like the same stuff. Or have they gotten rid of the ore goggles? Or are they broken in the current version? The sensor lenses need super alloys. What are the super alloys? Are these like alloys of alloys? I like how, yeah. Chris, it's nice that the drill is quiet in this. Hey, Eisen. Oh yes, for those who missed the announcement, Survival Impossible is back this weekend. Because I got to a point yesterday in the edit where I was like, yeah, I can release it. I will say one thing though, it's not going to be weekly. At least not for a while. Because all the recordings are going to be long for the next few episodes. And that means that I usually need a couple of weeks to get enough recording done to get an episode's worth of actual stuff done. Because yes, while it may take me 8 hours, 7 hours, whatever to record, that doesn't mean that there's enough entertaining content in that 7 hours. Like I cut out a huge amount of welding for this episode, which is all there in the time lapse, but is cut out for the episode itself. Advice regarding streaming on Twitch. Twitch discovery sucks. Use YouTube's. Super alloys are with more alloys. Well, I'm interested to get to that point then. Either way, with the better drill, I'll be able to get heaps of stuff. Like, the mining will be much better once I've got the better drill, so I'm happy. Even if I can't get the goggles straight away. It's just annoying that I have to collect so much material. This is getting a decent amount of gold, though. Where are we at time-wise? Middle of the night. Better the first. I don't know even about every second week. I'm honestly, with Survival Impossible, just going to make the episodes at a pace that I can make them. But my plan is just to make sure that I do some work on Survival Impossible every single week, and the episodes will come out when they come out. I don't want to make any specific deadlines for myself yet. Once I get back into the flow of it, then maybe, but for the moment, I still want to take my time and be able to enjoy the process again and not scare myself off again. Yeah, that's what I hope, Petter. That's what I hope. Quality more than quantity. Especially when I'm struggling to come up with a particular design that I want to use. Like, rather than rushing a design out, I can spend a bit of time working it through in creative. If I'm struggling with it in survival, I can't just build it straight off the bat and have it vaguely work. Kind of like that double-ended truck that I tried to build. I should have played around with that concept in creative mode more before, but I kind of ran out of time. Slash got overconfident with my ability to work hitches. That looks to be most of the gold I'm going to find in here. Yep.
Jetpack
Not a
on.
bad haul. 170. Let's see what I can find. Alright, iron will do. Almost always needing more iron. And I'm probably going to need a lot of steel for the setup I have planned for the furnace. Because what I'm thinking is make the furnace, make it its own dedicated building. So that I can have all the piping spread out. I don't have to try and make everything too cramped and compact and stuff. Leave room for setting up logic circuits if I want to for anything in particular. I'm sure I'll have to rework it multiple times, but if it's spread out, it tends to make that a bit easier. Hey, the Doctor. You've missed me mining and rambling about various plans of various things. Mike, I haven't looked into anything in Stationeers as such. Like, I find that Stationeers is one of those games where if I spend too much time in the wiki, I don't really enjoy what I'm doing. I kind of want to figure some of it out for myself. And that's I guess one of the troubles with a lot of these systems design games is there's always a little bit of a part of you that wants to go into the wiki to find out exactly how to do something. And I feel like I miss out on some of the game if I do that. I'm sure others don't feel that way, but that's how it makes me feel when I spend too much time in a wiki on a game. I find it especially annoying when I'm playing something that's an RPG that's got a bit of story and there's something blocking me from doing what I want and I cannot figure out how to get around the issue. And I have to go to the wiki to figure it out. Because then I find it's taken me fully out of the game at that point. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a criticism of any game. That's sometimes a criticism of myself for not being able to problem solve well enough. Yeah, that's true, Laws. If the furnace building explodes, it doesn't take everything with it. That's valid. That is valid. I guess that is something I could try and figure out how to do, though, Mike, is see if I can figure out ways to manually adjust the pressure and, like, automatically, adjust pressure and temperature things in the furnace. I feel like I need to manually do it first, because then I understand the principles of what I'm trying to do, and then I can attempt some automation of it. So if I can't do it manually, there's no chance I'm going to be able to do it automatically. Oops. Alright, it's daylight. Let's go search. Don't need iron badly enough to stay down in the hole and waste my daylight. I need nickel and silver. I can't do anything without them. Well, the thing I want to do without them. Yeah, there is that too, Laws. The number of times when a wiki or a walkthrough will add unnecessary spoilers to a situation for you. When they're explaining stuff, they'll put in details that you're like, I didn't need to know that. Why did you have to ruin that part of the story? Oh, that looks like a little bit of nickel. Maybe that too. So we're just down to silver being needed to be found. Don't know how much nickel I actually
Light
need.
on.
But 42 is a decent amount. Getting a full stack would be nice. There we go. Yeah, agreed, Alta. Volume pumps really, really do... they're very, very required. I remember the setups that I've been happiest with leaving a fair bit of space so I could set up multiple volume pumps to get the gas mixes right for the right temperatures, right pressures, etc. And being able to... I remember the advanced furnace is a volume pump, isn't it? As well? Yeah, whatever. Let's just shove them in that one. Deadman, there's a... I was actually I was talking to Dean the other day about this, and he was saying how he's not super, like, the streaming side of things isn't what he enjoys the most about games and modding and all that sort of stuff. And it made me think about what it is that I get from this. There's something I feel really fortunate about, especially with series like Survival Impossible and Survival Maybe. When you're a kid, if you think back to the times when you're like, hey mom, look at this thing I made, look at this thing I made. And, you know, if your mum's a decent person, she goes, yeah, that's great. That looks amazing. Having no idea why you're proud of what you did. Making stuff like that and having people appreciate the skill and time and effort that went into it. It's kind of like having something reach the front page on the Steam Workshop. You're like, yeah, validation. Which sounds like a really bad thing when I phrase it like that, but in general, it's just kind of like, I get to share cool stuff with people who appreciate what it is. And that's awesome. I enjoy that. That's enough. And I like entertaining people.
Power
There's something
low.
really satisfying about it
Jetpack on.
for me. But it's not for everyone. Ooh, turbo pumps. Yes. Yes, the added benefit that they might actually know what it is helps too. Alright, please, game, give me silver! I want the silver. That's gold. That's more gold, I think. That's more gold. All that shimmers appears to be gold! Great. I'm going to find all this gold now that I'm not going to bother collecting, and then I'm going to struggle to find it later. I just know it. Yeah, Black Shadow. I think that little bit of validation is something that inspires a lot of people to be creative. The challenge is making sure that that's not what it's all about. You have to have some personal joy in the creating. Um, the validation can be just the thing that helps you continue when you're having a rough time. Because I think there's a lot of risk in putting your own personal joy in the hands of other people's validation. Then the trolls, then the people who don't even mean to troll have too much power over your sense of self-worth and happiness. Oh. Silver. Where is my silver? Uh, BJ, the thing that I am most proud of that I have built in a game would be the goose. Still, I don't think there's anything I've built that felt like I achieved something that felt like it shouldn't have worked in quite the way that the goose did. The goose was made back when space engineers clanging out on hinges, on rotors, because hinges didn't exist, on rotors and pistons was a really common thing. And yet I made something with 3 sequential rotors that worked flawlessly. I somehow got the weight distribution right. It drove well. The parking of the butterball on it was... It did everything it was supposed to do, and it looked good doing it. Yeah, I'll always be proud of that build. I think your most successful creation in a game would be Capac. Is Capac a successful creation, or is he my greatest failure? I don't know. I think it depends on the day. Alright, I'm gonna grab these volatiles, because I don't have much. And it's nightfall, so I'm not gonna find the silver at this point anyway.
Light on.
those of you that have been around long enough know that my greatest frustration with Capac is that I know he's capable of so much more than he lets himself do. Yes, he has the capacity for more. Yeah, Dr. Deadink, that was exactly what I was doing. No, all I was finding was gold. I'm aware that silver and gold are the shiny ones. Back up, there are no mods in this because I'm playing the... Oops. I'm playing the beta update, so I didn't use any mods. Because the game didn't like me when I first did. Yes. The awareness of the glitter was why I made the glitter remark, where I said, all that glitters is gold right now. Stupid glittering gold. Not when I want it. And not there when I need it. Laws, I feel like that joke might be local to you, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Doesn't make sense. Oh, Marathi. Who knew trying to find silver would be so aggravating? What is the AG in silver for? Argentum. Ah. I always forget these things. That's the sort of info that just doesn't seem to stick in my head for very long. Don't know, Deadman. Don't know. A while. Yeah, Laws, that'd be why. I don't think that particular stop motion Rudolph thing was as replayed here as it seems to have been in the US in that era. I'm just basing that off the number of references that I've seen in American TV shows toward that specific Rudolph stop motion movie thing. I remember the possessed snowman who wanted the world to die so he could live. That's about all. That's a valid point, Gruz. The agglomeration technically did start before the series even started. Yeah, Black Shadow. A beautiful and wholesome Christmas story. But I mean, when you look at what Frosty the Snowman is, that's kind of what it is. They're wanting the whole world to stay in winter so that the Frosty can survive, but that means the whole world dies. But that's the thing with kid stories, you don't want to break them down that way because it doesn't... It's not good. Kid stories are not meant to have logic applied to them. Yeah, fun stories for kids, horror stories for adults.
Jetpack on.
I mean, it's still not as bad as some of the old fairy tales. Like thinking Hansel and Gretel and stuff like that. I can't remember how many of them came from the Victorian era, but when you look at the Victorian era, people were weird. I feel like if you want to make a book about if you want to write a story about a dystopian future, just go back to the Victorian era and just transplant them into an era with lots of tech. You'll pretty much have it. As they were discovering so many things that they didn't understand and doing very weird and horrific, through our eyes, things with them. Yeah, Die Hard's a good Christmas movie. I mean, ostensibly it's a lot about family anyway. Oh, it's been a while since I watched it. Yes, steampunk in a nutshell. But I mean, in terms of taking the Victorian ethos into future tech is a nice dystopian future. You don't even have to go steampunk. You don't have to go their tech. You need to go their ethos. Of not really having any checks and balances to anything. Might as well get some silicon. I'm here. See you, dead man. Indeed. Indeed, Nuki World. Yes, arsenic in fabric dye and makeup springs to mind. Things like that. Yeah, like a few weeks back I was watching one of Joe Scott's videos about the Victorian era. It's an interesting era to look at, but wow, is it dark. Steampunk is when goths discover the color brown and glue gears on everything in useless ways. Right. I seriously have to keep searching for silver because I can't get this better miner without the silver. This is driving me insane. It's almost morning though. So I'm down to 37% of my last filter. That's not ideal. Let's go up. Can I see already? Yes, I can see. Is that's gold, I think. Oh, maybe not. That could be silver. Oh, yes, I found silver. Okay, what do we got in that one? That one's pretty much full. What do we got in that one? That one's full. What do we got in that one? That one's also full. This one is not. Black Shadow, I didn't have any specific plans regarding Minecraft and playing more in the future. It's something I want to do, but I don't have any specific plans around it. I'd say prior to Space Engineers, I played an ungodly amount of Minecraft, and even since have still played a fair bit of it. So it's always been a game that I've very much enjoyed. It's a... I think I would have to play it fairly heavily modded. I'm glad Capac and I played the vanilla and played it through to defeating the Ender Dragon, because that was kind of cool. We'd never done that, and it was a really fun fight getting that far. I'm not sure what I'd need to pick. I think if I was playing Minecraft, I would have to play with Capac. I'd want to have his weird approach, although maybe not. Maybe I could play a solo modded Minecraft at some point. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, lots and lots of games to play and never enough time for them. Yeah, Black Shadow, I'll let you know if I do end up going down the playing some modded Minecraft. I've started missing my Ravenhurst playthrough in 7 Days to Die recently. The slower pace of that, the house that I'd started to build, I was starting to get pretty happy with. I'm still not sure what to do about the fact that I wasn't finding the Horde Knights difficult, but then maybe I was just in a bit of a lull because I hadn't had the explosive guys show up yet. So I might want to just accept that I can enjoy it and get some design work done while the hordes aren't too hard, in expectation that things are going to get really spicy when it's me soloing massive hordes that have guys that can demo part of my base with them. That appears to be all the silver I'm going to get. Okay. Time to go home.
Jetpack on.
Oh, should not be jetpacking with the storm. Okay. What the... There we go. I walked a long way away. Taz, I am very much enjoying sleeping at nights. Like sleeping when it's dark out. I'm very much enjoying that aspect of doing this stuff full time. It's it's doing amazing things for my energy levels and ability to motivate myself. Uh-oh. That looks like a chunk that hasn't loaded. Oh. Nope. Still hasn't loaded. Save. Bad chunk. Naughty chunk. Leave session. Load game. Hello? Oh no. I think Stationeers just... Oh no. It's... Nope, it's come back. Okay. We have chunks. Yeah, Groz, it really didn't help that I worked in healthcare for the last 2 years. In terms of prior to the last 2 years, I was already kind of burnt out on what I was doing. And then to have to go through the stress of what's been going on was really a bit too much. That looks like more silver, so I think I'm going to grab it. Given I found so much trouble finding it before, I think it's worth grabbing it now. Ooh. What are my thoughts on VR? My thoughts on VR. In a nutshell, I want it, but I can't justify it. I think that the more games like
Light on.
oh, what's it? It's the sport version of its Echo Arena. The Echo games, Beat Saber, things like that that are specifically tailored for the VR experience that we currently have. So in the case of the Echo games, it's zero gravity. You move around by using jetpacks on your wrists. So it's really easy for your head to get around the concept of moving that way. And the lack of feeling in your body because it's zero gravity, you're not expecting much. And the grabbing onto things with the basic haptics that we currently have feels decent. So the whole experience is very much tailored to our current VR. And those games, the more of those games there are, the more VR has real excitement or interest to me. But I'm not aware of too many of those things. And I don't really feel like I would gain enough from a VR experience in a game where I have to teleport myself around to walk around. I think if I played more games where I sat in a cockpit for the whole game, I would be all over VR. I would have had a setup by now, because if I was playing Euro Truck Simulator all the time, if I was playing Elite Dangerous all the time, if I was playing any of those sorts of things, I would want that VR experience, because I think it really adds something in that environment, because you've got the ability to look around in a more natural way rather than having to, as I currently do when I play Euro Truck, use my thumbstick to look around. Yeah, like Subnautica in VR kind of works because you're swimming, so you don't really need to use your legs too much. But yeah, I can't justify it for myself right now. I've got the PC hardware to do
Filter low.
a VR experience justice, but I just can't justify the expense. And
Power critical.
I'd been waiting for a long time to see if we would get some higher resolution glasses, because the screen door effect on most of the ones that I've used at PAX and stuff like that was a bit too noticeable for me. Yeah, Stationeers could work. But like, there's games that would work in VR, but I don't think I would want VR for games that just work. I want VR for games that are designed for VR. It's like games that are designed for controller. I want a controller for that. That's why I've got my Xbox Elite controller, because Rocket League designed for controller and works so much better with it because of that. Games like this designed for mouse and keyboard, and I think I would struggle with VR controls. Although I guess this interface, you could kind of grab that stuff, or you could have the stuff actually on a belt around you. But yeah,
Jetpack on.
I love playing games in VR that are designed for it, is what it comes down to. Oh, I left this on. Nope. At the moment, the VR that we have at the moment, I think works best. And this is personal opinion. I know there are people who really, really love anything in VR. But I think the games that work best in VR at the moment are ones with limited freedoms. So, cockpit, very limited freedom. Racing games, driving games, flying games, fantastic for VR because you are seated, so you can stay seated at your desk. Games with lots and lots of freedom, like Space Engineers, just doesn't. I think I want to experience it because I'm curious, but I don't think my experience would be good. I think I would be like, yeah, that was fun. Don't really want to do it again. Sort of thing. No, I haven't read the book clause. Ready Player One. Yeah, Black Shadow. I think that'd be a good compromise, and would fill that thing that I'm talking about of getting the experience of playing Space Engineers or Stationeers or a game like this in VR. Instead of actually playing the game, just have it so that you can experience what it's like take your builds into a VR space and explore them. Because then you get to look around and you get a better feeling of scale. As much as anything. Oops. Yeah, Nuki World, that's why I was kind of saying the current VR isn't up for what I would want. If they make something like one of those treadmill type contraptions that actually functions well and isn't massively cumbersome and feels right, then I think a lot more games would work in VR than currently is the case. But I know there are people who love everything about their VR setups, who would have different opinions to that. But that's just for me to be able to enjoy it. I think that's what would be required. Alrighty, let's crush some ice, because I don't need this in my belt. In fact, how high pressure is that pipe? I think it's still pretty low. Yeah, got heaps of room. VR games that make you do a workout is one of the reasons I would kind of want a VR setup. I think honestly, I would probably play stupid numbers of hours of things like Beat Saber just because I quite like those rhythm games. I played so much Guitar Hero back in the day. The trouble with games like Beat Saber is the copyrighted content. It's, yeah, you can't monetize your content if you're making Beat Saber content. So I feel for people who that's their big thing that they do. Yeah, R-Type, I think that's one of the big issues of those elaborate VR setups. Yeah, Black Shadow, that was kind of my thinking, is that those open world exploration games work in VR, but I'd probably just prefer to do this. How warm are we in here? 35 degrees. Okay, that'll bring the temperature down. Let's grab our tomatoes. I'm not too worried about the tomatoes rotting at this stage. I'm just going to keep growing them and eating them as they are. Um, hang on a sec. I just need to quickly look something up so I can. Am I going to be able to find it quickly, or is it going to take me forever? It's probably going to take me forever. But yeah, I think the VR YouTubers, content creators that do stuff like Beat Saber, I think most of their financial support comes from companies that directly sponsor them. So they can't monetize their content directly, so they have indirect monetization through sponsorships. All right, we got steel. Let's make a whole bunch of steel frames. Start building toward this furnace setup. I really don't need this portable air conditioner anymore. I've got my setup here. Just running several kilometers per gaming session in SE would be quite intense cardio. It would. I certainly wouldn't be running at 10 meters a second. I can tell you that much. But yeah, for me, the cost, like if VR setups were cheaper, like if it was a few $100 instead of over here, it's for a good setup, you're looking at closer to $2,000 still. That's money I could put towards a new CPU. That's money I could put towards a whole bunch of different things that I think I'd get more from. Yes, RP walking would be more popular in Space Engineers then. I'm not using the stacker because I just don't have room with the way I've set things up. I'm only camping the output at the moment because I want to go outside and build stuff and think about how much space I'm going to need. So I need to wait till tonight before I can attempt to do some of these fancy things and see if I can actually manage to get them done. Oh, that's a good point, Nuki World. $2,000 does get you a lot of Lego. Glitch, the solar panels don't work better indoors, they just don't get destroyed indoors. Actually just thinking about crashing into a wall in Space Engineers with a jetpack in VR. Yeah, that'd make me shiver too. Crashing into a Capac. That'd be worse. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Do I want my furnace underground? Or will that be really annoying? Might be really annoying at the first. Oh, right, that's from the generator. Right. Yeah, Boodles. Like the Space Engineers VR plugin sounds like the sort of thing I'd want to walk around my builds with and look around. But yeah, playing any sort of game like that, just I don't think it's for me yet. I hope VR keeps getting developed because like the potential is awesome, but I just don't think it's there yet. All right, let's just start going this way. Well, it's not there yet for me for making the investment in it that it requires to be able to do stuff with it. It's too expensive. Yeah, Gruz, that's a good point. The Space Engineer's suit is somewhat built with some VR friendly functions in it, with the wrist pad being a way you could do a lot of the interface stuff. So if you think back to the old animated interaction mod where you'd pull up your wrist pad when you plugged yourself into a thing and then you just tap around on the screen, so it's all touch screen friendly interface. That could work. Could work quite well, depending on how it's implemented. That's true. Oh, that's which is exactly what Boodles just said that they're planning on doing. But yeah, as much as I want it, like I want a VR setup. I 100% want one. It still hasn't gotten to a point for me that want overcomes the opportunity cost of getting one. Because the price does put it out there with a big opportunity cost. Because what else could I get with that money? What else could I do with that money? What else could I do with that space, that etc. And it has not come remotely close to winning that for me yet. Oh yeah, my filters. Thank you. Good point. It's why every time I go down to PAX in Melbourne, I do tend to spend a bit of time with the VR stuff there, because I'm like, get my hit of this now. Get my hit of this now.
Light on.
Yeah, Black Shadow, I despise Facebook, so I will not buy any Oculus product ever. It's just, I despise so much of, and I refuse to call them by their renamed, trying to be way too generic name. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook account that I even remember the login to. Like, I refuse to log into the last Facebook account I have so much that I still get emails from them when people try to add me as a friend, because I don't want to sign in to turn off those emails. Like, that's how determined I am. So yeah, I will not touch anything Facebook. Hey, Tommaso, I've got to have my spite about something. At least I'm not like Capac where, you know, it's almost everything. Yeah, I remember I had a Facebook account that I'd had for ages, and it got to a point where I actually didn't know most of the people on my friends list because I couldn't remember who they were because it was so many years ago that I'd randomly met them on like some course or something like this. And I was just like, you know what? I think the best thing to do here is a clean slate. So I deleted it and eventually started a new one. And that one lasted for about 6 months. And the only reason I started that new one was I went to... It was actually PAX. I went to, and a bunch of the people were using it there for communicating before and after. I was like, all right, I'll use it for now. And then I just never actually did. I never needed it for anything. And then, you know, more and more news articles showing just how evil they are as a corporation, how unsafe your data is, etc. Just made me go, nope. Like, at least I know when Google's got my data, it's because they're going to want to hold on to it because that's how they make their money. So they'll do everything they can to protect it. Plus, they pay me money, so that helps. It also, given the number of Facebook data leaks, it terrifies me that they want people to have VR with bioinformatics on it that they can get information from. But that's me being all like conspiracy theorist and funny about it. And my gas is out of my welder. That could be a problem. No, it won't. I'll just make 2 ice crushers. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't other horrible companies, it's just Facebook is where I draw my line. I mean, there are worse things than Facebook. There are NFTs, for example. How will you assemble those ice crushers? Do they need welders? Oh, poop. Alright, I need pipes then. Wait, do ice crushers need welders? Or is it... I can't remember. Either way, I've got an ice crusher, so I should be able to figure this out. Let's make some pipes. You need the welder to build the crushers. Okay, that's alright. I've got this sorted. It'll be fine. No stress on my end. I can't make an arc welder because I need to make a furnace to make the arc welder. Oh no, I wouldn't need to. Maybe I can get the parts for it. Oh no, it needed something else fancy. It's okay. I got this. I got this. And that. And we take that off. We take that off. And we take that off. Do 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 do. See? It's all fine. And now I just throw some volatiles and stuff in here. Not that one. That one. Yeah. Okay, so for this mix, it's the same, isn't it? It's 1 oxide to 2 volatiles. So we put 20 in. Then we put 10 of these in. Though this is going to have some nitrogen, but it'll be fine. So we probably need, like... let's just check. Hydrogen to oxygen. So we need more oxygen because I'm still not quite there. Okay. To 48, need a little bit more. Eventually I will filter out the nitrogen, but... Oh, I went too far. I don't think the ratio needs to be perfect either. Yeah, that's close enough. Wait. No, it's not. Poop. $29 to 43. I'm pretty sure I've had this work for me in the past. $30 to 44. Okay. $28 to 51. Let's see if this works. Is my welder going to explode? No, it's gonna work. Cool. That is a nice wide open area for me to figure out how to do this. And lay it out as I want. Yeah, Blackshot, I totally get where you're coming from. Like, giving up on privacy is one way of not worrying about the issues that we are currently faced with. I just, I just decided. I think I just decided with like some companies, I'm like, you know what? I want nothing to do with you. Nothing at all if I can avoid it. And it's not hard to avoid Facebook, really. Now, do I need to make? Wait a second. Do I need to make the upgrade to make the better furnace? Aha, I do. Well, that sucks, given that it's now... Alright, so I need an ice crusher. Gold and copper. Which is not much gold. Oh, that'll be okay. Let's make... I'm kind of tempted to make... Yeah, I'll make 2 of these. I know it's not required. I could have a single ice crusher that does both. I'm going to make 2. So my thinking is I'll have an ice crusher for my oxide hookup and an ice crusher for my volatiles. With volume pumps, I wouldn't necessarily need to have them separated because I could just completely evacuate the line that the ice crusher is connected to before adding the other one, but this just adds an extra degree of safety. So I'm thinking like ice crusher, putting them side by side, yeah. And then I'll spray paint them the color of what they need to be. What do I need? Welding torch and iron sheets. I think I might have iron sheets out here. I do. I have an iron sheet out here. Fantastic. Need to go make another one. Yeah. Stuck on things. Like I'm thinking what I'm going to try and do is carefully lay this out, take my time, and then get really annoyed at myself when I've messed it up at the end. Yep, I know I need the Atmo kit, but I didn't have enough copper and I should have smelted some. I should probably just smelt some copper in that so that I've at least got some. But I've run out. I can at least make an iron sheet. Yeah, so I'll have In fact, I can probably use the atmospherics kit from the furnace room since I don't really need it. Like, I should dismantle that furnace room. Not furnace, the generator room. I should dismantle this at some point. Because it'd be good to... because I don't really need that as my CO2 source, because that's the sort of capture I'm going to get from this. Hopefully. So my plan is to fully gas capture the furnace output and sort it to be to find what I need for various things. I have not tried the heat exchanger yet. I suspect that will be part of this build as well. I'll be back in just a moment. I need a quick bio break. Where's my Be Right Back screen? Let's go... Yeah, let's use the overlay one.
Power low.
And I'm back. Do I have spray paint? Got pink. In fact, what I might do, let's smelt this down quickly. I'll bring the paints outside because I'm going to want to paint all these pipes properly. That was a lot of peas. Because if I'm going to lay this out, I want to know where everything is. Also, it is almost night, so I can attempt to make the stuff I need for the upgrades. Yeah, my power low's not really... The warning is so early on power low. It's kind of the opposite problem that Space Engineers has. Stationeers, the power warnings are so early that you ignore them because you don't need to deal with them straight away. There's certainly some irony there. Let's just arc smelt this. So I need that copper too. Hey, Captain Misadventure. Doing well. So what I'm thinking I'll do is I'm going to build a bit of a steel block room to put the furnace in. But I was going to assemble that steel block room around the furnace once I'd figured out what piping I needed around it. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to do this furnacing thing. Let's reduce the pressure a bit. Oh, actually, no. First off, I needed Electrum and Constantan. So let's start with Constantan because it needs high pressure and high temp. The Electrum needs a lower temp and a much lower pressure. So the Electrum's going to be the challenging one. Let's get the Constantan first then. So that's copper and nickel 1-to-1 ratio. Copper and nickel. $100 of it should be enough for a while. Don't think there's much point trying to get more than that. Now. Okay, that was even too cold to smelt it at all. Right. Just ditch that over there. Get out of the way. Where's my volatiles belt? It's cold enough. Yes, minus 29 degrees. Four of those. 8 of those. Pressure's good. Temperature is not there. Pressure's not good, and temperature's not there, actually. Let's chuck another 4 in. No, need some oxide. Burn! Thing. Why won't you burn? Oh. Does anyone know why this isn't igniting? Put the right ratios in, but it's not actually lifting the temperature at all. Or the pressure. Oh. So I have to burn it all to begin with, alright. It's all the waste gases. Gotcha. Alright, let's try that again then. Yeah, I figure flushing it out makes more sense than trying to put in enough hydrogen and oxygen to make up the partial pressure. Because I might well explode it if I do that. With how high pressure I already was at. Okay, so... let's go with 10 and 20. How many did I do? I did... like 8 and... yeah, let's go 10 and 20. 20 volatiles in. 10 oxide in. Constantan made. Here.
Temperature high. Waste tank caution.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Apparently it was getting a bit hot around there. Let's put the Constantan down. We've made that. I got enough for Invar? Iron and nickel. Iron. Nickel. I do. If it doesn't drop too much temperature smelting them. Nuts. Just too low. That was so close. Oh no, it's too high pressure. Too high pressure. Now it's too low. Dang it! It's too high again. This might work though. If I just watch this, I might get Invar. See ya, Black Shadow. If I just wait, I'm in the temperature range. I just gotta hope it stays in the temperature range while it gets down to below 20 megapascals. Which it looks like I should be right. Come on. Come on. Yes. Also, thank you for that tip. Okay, get back here. So apparently if this goes green, we're ejecting an alloy. I didn't know that. Cool, so now we've got Invar, we've got Constantan, we've got Solder. The only one remaining is the Electrum of the basic alloys. I also need to open my waste tank. I kind of want to check what's in it though. So instead of opening it, I'm going to go make a fresh one. Yeah, I've fortunately made solder, so I don't need to worry about that one. Which is good. The electro printer needed. Oh, I'm just going to put the copper in here. Why did I come in here? I was going to make another tank for waste gases because I feel like my waste gas thing might have some other stuff in it that I don't want for some reason. Some vague memory of it, of me opening it in here, and it must have, or somewhere where it would have collected some other stuff. Can anyone think of a reason why that wouldn't be a problem? Either way. Got a spare one now. Yeah, mate, a solder was one of the things I waited way too long to actually get. I stuffed around making it, waiting for the temperature and stuff to go down when I should have just ignored it and come back to it. Yeah, Drist, I did something similar in the last co-op thing I did with Capac. I cooked myself in the furnace room. Right. So, Electrum is silver and gold. So we got silver. And let's grab a gold. Let's move that silver out of the way so I don't grab the wrong one. Let's chuck him in there. Okay, so for Electrum we need somewhere between 0.8 megapascals and 2.4 with the temperature staying above 600 Kelvin. So let's release some of the gases. We have to do this slowly. I don't stuff it up. 9.8. 7.2. 5.9. 3.7. 2.8. And we got it. Electrum. Sweet. That was ridiculously efficient. I can't believe I managed to do that all in one night. It's very unlike me. Let's go make the upgrade module. Yeah, I even did it without that exploding myself up either. Huh. Yeah, I'm just, I'm so surprised that came together so quickly. So this is kind of yeah. Yeah, I'm just surprised. All right, what do I need for that? Electrum, Constantan, and solder. I'll just shove it all in here. Where's my solder? There's my solder. And some steel. Electronic printer mod. Yeah, Drist, you can capture the byproducts of combustion, which I will be doing with this new setup. Capac did manage to do it, but he didn't do all of the alloys in a single night. I still feel like I still feel like I did well in that regard. Is my other tomato rotted yet? Almost. Let's just eat it before it goes bad. Yeah, like, fair credit to Capac. He did well figuring out the furnace. Especially as I know he's not, it's not usually his type of gameplay. But yeah, he did well, because I hadn't managed to do those sorts of metals at the time that he did it. But I think in the time since we did that one, because that was on Mars when he did that one, not Europa. I think in that time I've built enough furnace setups that I've kind of, apart from forgetting the thing about needing to have a certain ratio or a certain critical mass of, a critical percentage, I should say, of oxides and volatiles to get things to ignite, apart from little things like that I forgot, I feel like I've got a fair handle on it now. Now I'm trying to remember how to use this. Screwdriver? How do mod again? Someone remind me. Welder? No, I don't want to weld in here. I'll kill my plants. But I have to weld in here if... Oh. Do I move this outside? Yeah. Do I still have my system set up to get... I don't, do I? Might have to use the thing that I sort of maybe slightly have wait. Do I even have it? Oh yeah, the portable scrubber. That thing that so many people tell me to use but I never use because I'm just like, I want to make a proper system. I can't remember if I've still got
Power critical.
I think that's my system, isn't it? That cleans out. I think I still have it. Yeah, the arc welder doesn't ruin the Atmo, but the arc welder requires me to put the mod on this so then I can... Oh, wait, no. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I just need... I needed materials, that's right. What materials did I need for the arc welder? I keep thinking I needed the tool mod for this to get the arc welder, but I don't. Steel, electrum, invar, solder. Alright, let's bring those out. Using a scrubber does not make you a scrub. Yeah, but I like that. I like making the system. I just enjoy it for some weird reason. I don't even know why. Let's pop that there. Let's pop out all of the things. And let's ditch that. I can pick up that. In fact, scrubbers scrub your scrub status. Oh dear. Ugh. Too much talk about Facebook. I lost track of the fact that I could make this. Steel, electrum, invar, and solder. Okay, I don't need to put the Constantan in there. Wait. What? Oh, I already put it in there. Steel. Invar. I kind of want the arc welder anyway. So I think we all know I'm accidentally going to use the regular welder inside a space I don't want to. So if I just don't have it, then I can't do that. Turn you off. Go back inside. Arc welder and wireless batteries, never charge it again. Yeah, I can see that being potentially the way to go. Oh, come on. Open the doors. There we go. Battery. Large. What? Oh, I didn't put the steel in there. Oh. No! Alright, let's just do this first. Okay. We need a... So the auto... Wait. Is the auto lathe printer mod I want? Thank you so much for the bits, PJ stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? 900. No, tool. Thank you. That's why I didn't click on it. Nope. Tool printer mod. Yes, because I wanted the better drill. That's the whole reason this was being done. I got so distracted. But I also want the advanced furnace, which means I think I need the auto lathe mod as well. I think Splitsy wants those tomatoes to go rotten so that he's got some ammo to throw back at the audience. No. Advanced furnace is in the electronics printer, is it? That doesn't seem right. But it is. Huh. Well, let's get this tool printer mod and then I'll make that. Yeah, the fans on top of the machine are not happy. Like, both of them are not happy. Alright, advanced furnace. Gold and silicon. Right. So I have to go back outside for the gold anyway. Let's do some furnacing. I don't think it's the stroboscopic effect. I think the fans are just wonky. Although they... Yeah, they're just going fast and slow and fast and slow. It's weird. Alright, you. Tell me what I need for the better drill. Mining drill heavy. Steel, electrum, invar, and solder. Okay. I have all those things. But first... let's get some more steel. We'll get some copper and some gold smelted. Well, maybe just gold. What does temperature's gold need? 600 Kelvin. Let's, yeah, let's do a load of steel first. From what I've been told in the stream so far, the heavy drill is the one that I want, not the drill Mark II. I believe the drill Mark II might be more for drilling on Vulcan, where it's like super hot. So it doesn't get damaged. There's some steel, that's good. Let's smelt some... Oh, actually, gold could be last. Let's do some silicon. And there's some gold. Got a bit of copper here, let's do that too. What else do we want? I might need some... Oh, I've got some iron just loosely there. I want to keep enough gold and silver to be able to make a thing. Maybe I'll just smelt some silver. Don't think I need silver in ingot form too much. But I'm sure it can't hurt to have 50 sitting there. Alright. That should do. Do I have the right pressure or conditions to make the things? No. Nope. Got old man cough going on today. Gold, silicon, copper, steel. I'll leave the iron out here. Take that other silicon inside. So I want the drill, which I just came into the airlock and forgot what I needed for. Great. Great. Someone wrote what it would need in chat, didn't they? Oh well. Let's eject some things then. Eject the fancies. Steel can stay here because I've got some steel. What is that? I've confused myself greatly. Let's ditch that mining belt. Let's ditch that mining belt. And now I should have all the stuff I need for it. Ten steel, 10 solder, 5 electrum, 10 invar. Yes, I brought all the things. Good. I don't know what's up with my worse than usual focus today. Oh. Oops. There. Yay! Heavy drill! Yeah, Captain Misadventure, there are this... Despite the similar-ish settings and slightly future tech, Space Engineers and Stationeers are quite different. Space Engineers is more about mechanical engineering, I think is what we decided last time. Whereas this is more chemical engineering. So in Space Engineers, you're doing a lot of making things move. In this, you're doing a lot more systems design. I think there's a decent chance that people who enjoy Space Engineers could enjoy this. But I think, despite my stance on these games, I think it's probably has a higher crossover with people who like Factorio and Satisfactory. Like, if you enjoy Stationeers, you'd probably enjoy Space Engineers with some of Stationeers' complexity. Or Stationeers with more ability to make things that have moving parts. Oh, that's right. Inconel and Astroloy, those things. I need a whole bunch more large batteries. I guess one of the, from my perspective, nice things about Stationeers is the lack of abstraction of things. It's very much what's in front of you is what's there. And it does a pretty good job of imitating the real world in a lot of ways. More copper. I want to replace the batteries in the airlock as well with large ones. So I got larges everywhere. But yeah, I think there's probably a decent number of people who like all of the vaguely related games. Like, they like Factorio, they like Satisfactory, they like Space Engineers, they like Stationeers. I don't quite fit that group, but close enough. Okay, dokie. We've got large batteries and everything. I've got a large battery in my new drill. I've got a large battery in my arc welder. I'm happy. Now, make the furnace. More copper, more steel, and I need my electrum silver, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I need more solder. That's annoying. More steel. So it's just copper and solder that I need now. Well, let's grab my mining belts. Let's go take this new mining drill out for a spin. Come on. There we go. I do remember liking this drill so much more than the basic one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So much better. The speed! This is well worth the effort I went to, I think. Was that little yawn? How you feeling there, Charlie? What am I doing? Trying not to mine too much of this oxide because I don't need it right now. That's what I'm doing. You always worry about suit damage due to terrain not being drilled properly. I've not experienced that, but I possibly had the hard suit by the time I was using this in previous plays. Where's some more copper? I'm going to need a lot of copper. Of course, seeing lots of the silver that I don't need right now. That's copper over there. Gonna need lots of copper for all the wires, and I'm gonna need lots of iron for all the pipe. Oh yes, and the drill is still nice and quiet. That is true. And so much faster! Might actually be able to collect enough resources quickly enough to do some fun things with them. Do some silly things, I should say. Still been having fun, but I feel like when it takes you ages to collect stuff, I put more effort into avoiding the silly. This feels so wasteful. Steel and silicon for insulated pipe. Oh, that's true. I probably do want a lot of insulated stuff. So I can control where the heat gets exchanged. You can change your color of your name on Twitch. I have no idea if you can do it on the Android app or if you have to go onto a PC to do it. And that is a decent amount of copper. So much more here. I'm going to keep going and getting more.
Jetpack on.
Jetpack on. Ah, thanks, Gruz. I think that might be the end of the copper. Oh, more
Jetpack
in there.
on.
What the? What the?
Jetpack on.
Why am I going backwards? Oh, there's a storm. Oh no. Okay, I'm on the ground. So deep underground, I had no idea there was a storm. Hitting my jetpack and suddenly getting flung backwards. That was very, very off-putting. I was like, is my keyboard stuck? I'm not sure a weather station would have helped me here since I'm not at my base. And I don't know how much of an advance warning it gives you. Okay. That one's full. Tells you the day before it starts. That might have been enough warning. Though I think you can all agree that there's a fair chance that I'd see it, go, I should remember that, go out, and then forget that it happened. I don't need more coal. I've got heaps of coal. So am I building a weather station or am I building a furnace? I kind of want to focus on the furnace. So this is why Capac's useful, because he would totally have built the weather station before we had our survival needs sorted. Because it would have been like, ooh, new. We'll try. How about a weather furnace? Oh. Can't see anything useful. Just hoping I stumble upon some ores. Feeling like I probably should just mine that coal since it was there. Oh, iron. That'll do. Let's get some iron. Yeah. Yeah, I do seem to be mining during most of these storms. In fact, have I been mining during all of the storms? Oh no, I have had a couple back at the base. But the vast majority I've been mining for. Just not exactly optimal. Yeah, I definitely want to get the advanced furnace set up first, because then I can smelt materials at any time of day. So, something I'm wondering. With the advanced furnace, if I have a pipe coming off the back of the gas outlet, and that pipe has a heat exchanger to a different pipe, will that exchange some of the heat out of the furnace if there's no valve between the furnace and that pipe? If what I just said made any sense whatsoever. Because what I'm thinking is that could be a way to control temperature if I put the furnace in a vacuum. Because then I get more control over when it does things. Of course, to do that, I'm going to need a way to remotely control the furnace. Which means I need probably logic setups and panels and things. Which is a bit beyond me right now. But an aspiration for the future. Yeah, I thought so. I just wasn't sure if it was the case with the advanced furnace. I knew the basic furnace did that, but I wasn't sure if the advanced included a valve in it, because it has the way of pumping gases in and out. That might be all the iron here.
Jetpack on.
Oh dear. Furnace in a vacuum, wouldn't that suck? Actually, a furnace in a vacuum would not necessarily... It always seems like the basic furnace releases some gas even when you've got all of the valves on it closed. Is it the same with the advanced furnace? So I would end up having to constantly evacuate that space to not lose the heat. Oh well. I don't think I'm ready to set up that advanced thing just yet. What I should be looking at is getting myself a hard suit. And what I need for that, because if I can do that now, that'll make me a lot safer as I play around with a room that's going to be heated. Hard certain parts I'll require astrally. Dang it! Oh, guess that's not an option now. I think I may as well get some more gold while I'm here.
Light on.
Actually, it's probably not as bad as it was on Europa having to control the temperature. Europa was worse because it was so cold that the furnace leaked heaps of temperature. But if I can keep the room at a more normal temp, that should be okay for a lot of the things. Possibly. I'll do. Let's go home. Oh, actually, I got more room. See what else I find on my way home. I can't think of any specific materials I'm going to need much more of than that I haven't already collected. So I guess I'll just have to wait till I find out what I'm missing. Then go on a mining trip for that. But hopefully this stream I've done enough mining that I'll be able to do a moderate amount of building for the next little bit. Before I go, no, I didn't get enough of that! That looks like it. Alright, let's go home. Next time you play this with Capac, task him with digging a hole through the center of the planet, whether it's feasible or not. I think you'll see right through that. And let's be honest, anything I tell him to do, he doesn't do anyway. Okay, dokie. Alright, offload all this. Then keeping it in the tool belts just for now. Does look like I'm almost getting to a point where I've got enough stuff, or I could have enough stuff, that I could keep it in tool belts. As I said earlier this stream, if I get time, I might try and do some off-stream mining, but I think that's a little ways away before I have the time to do that. Oh, that was close. Oh. Yeah, Capac and the urns in RimWorld is a... He does it because he knows it annoys me. And he does want the pretty rooms, but he doesn't appreciate... I don't think Capac appreciates the bigger problems that it creates later on. When there are other ways to make your pawns happy at that point. That's Capac. That's who he is and how he is. And it's not likely to change. So... Needed to bring copper and solder. Okay. Not really Iron Cavallo. It's more like chemical engineering. Turns equals point of light from laser pointer. Yeah. Yes, Capac deals with the immediate problems and doesn't really think about the long-term ones. Alright, solder needs iron and lead. Needs 550 Kelvin. So we're almost there. If I just wait a bit longer, this will get there. I could probably off-gas a little bit to speed it up. But let's grab iron and lead. These might actually bring the temperature down by putting them in. Close. What's my minimum pressure for solder? 1 megapascal. Okay. I can do this. Nope, that was not long enough. Huh. My pressure is going down, but my temperature has not budged. That is annoying. Come on! Could probably try and speed it up a bit further. Get that solder. Reducing the pressure will increase the rate at which it drops the temperature. Yes, I could add ice to drop it further, drop it more quickly. Actually, I've got enough lead, enough iron. I could just make even more solder. That might drop it faster too. Yeah, there we go. Just get more solder. It's the answer to everything. Alright, let's make some steel, because I always seem to make steel when I do these. And then we'll make smelt some copper as well. One, two. Is there anything else I should be making right now? Nah. Just make more of the basics. End up going through so much steel eventually that I'm sure I'll want this around. Though, is that too cold? No! Dang it! That was too slow. It's like 3 Kelvin too low. Brr. Ugh. Oh, hold up. Let's pew out. Shove you there. See if we can smelt some copper. What the? No! Oh no! I've just totally ruined that. I didn't realize. The reagent mixers were going to come out in 50s. That was dumb. I thought the whole lot had come out. What a waste. Until I get the ability to centrifuge it down. Well, no, that is lost because I've put copper into a mix with hydrocarbon and iron. I'm pretty sure that's not used in any alloy. That's the thing that I stuffed up. Because I didn't wait for all the steel, the uncombined, not properly combined steel to come out first. Hopefully you do have enough fun, Onka. Do I do another gold? What does silicon require? Silicon requires much higher heat. Okay, that'll do for now. Right, let's take some of this copper, steel and gold inside. Let's go make some things. Laws, I don't even know what bear cabinet pun you're talking about. I'm guessing it was an accident. I mean, if I'm punning, it's usually accidental. Yes, there are conveyor systems to move stuff between things once you set those things up. I never seem to get to that point, though. Copper and solder. And I left the solder outside! No. Why? Why do I do this to myself? Because Capac isn't here to do it to you. Yep. Solder. Cycle. Oh. Okay, yeah, that one probably was deliberate, Laws. With Pav, Capac came in and said something about his cabinet being bare, and you said something like, of course it was empty, there was a bear in it. Capac then made growly noises. Yeah, that was just a rare quick one. I blame all of you guys for making me more likely to pun. As it is not something I am naturally gifted in. Sure, yeah. You're welcome, Suits Laws, I guess? Maybe? I blamed you guys for being quicker on the draw with puns, or even on the draw with puns. It's that sort of wordplay's just never been my thing. But as I've streamed more and more and spent, I guess, more of my days with Capac and with you guys throwing puns left, right, and center, it's kind of gradually becoming a thing. I shudder to think how many puns I'll throw around in a few years' time. Well, I need... Oh well. Yes, I am becoming more punny. I've just noticed it happen probably more so in the last, like, year or so. That puns have even come to mind. Particularly ones that never would have before. So I'm thinking, if I put this about here, I should be able to have some, have like a port to drop stuff in. And it should be able to have enough storage back here for the other ores, maybe? I'm going to be going in and out and back and forth, aren't I? 1 electronic parts. I think also the longer I do this, I'm becoming more deliberately funny, as in making more deliberate jokes. A lot of the jokes that I made in the early days were very much accidental and very much, or deliberately found in editing, because I realized that given more time, I was able to be quicker to that. Well, that just makes sense. Given more time, I was able to come to that. Whereas I'm seeing that stuff more because it's just kind of training myself towards that. Yes, Tommaso, there are jokes. How rude. I kind of asked for that, though. Did kind of bring that one upon myself. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. What time am I going to need after this? Yeah. 5 steel sheets. I think I left some steel sheets outside. Those are steel frames. Those is... That's a steel... Arrgh. True, Groz. There is less tired, sassy editor splitsy, but I think you'll find there's still some sassy editor splitsy going on in the Survival Impossible that I'll finish editing today. But yes, there is less of the trying to edit after a night shift being really irritable, and so being really irritated with the dumb things I've done. Because that was certainly a thing. Yeah, true, Tommaso. I do want to do more of the acting classes. I've just been... the ones that I wanted to do weren't going to fit in with other stuff that I've got scheduled at the moment. So I've been putting them off. Charlie's dog training, for example, falls on one of the nights when they were supposed to be. I want to do an ongoing class, but training Charlie took priority. Because the dog trainer we've been going to is really good. Very non-judgmental, and things are going well so far. Not sure they'd appreciate me bringing my dog to acting class. I mean, they might, but I'm not sure. Okay. So, input, output, output 2. insulated pipe. I think... Oh, that's what I want to do. I was just thinking... So, there was just a comment about this pipe being too short, perhaps contributing to the airlock cycle time being long. But what I'd like to do is set up the system like I had previously in a stream, which is had it so that the active vents just push into a pipe or draw out from a pipe rather than the volume that's in here, but then have some sort of pressure release valve so that that pipe doesn't eventually explode, because you always seem to accumulate gas in that pipe. So at some point I'd like to do this airlock, or do an airlock with a pressure release valve on the storage that's being used to allow the gases to go in and out quickly. Insulated. Liquid pipe, insulated pipe. Steel and silicon. The outside pressure set point is as low as it can go on the airlock. I probably could work on getting the pressure inside this greenhouse to a higher level so that it then can be set lower than that. Still, this airlock is definitely not one of my slower ones. I've had slower because I tried to build too big. And how many pipes do I want to take out before I stop? Ooh, I also wanted to take my paints out. I don't think I need green. Take white. Do I have black paint somewhere? No. I do want blue. I like black paint as my kind of initial exhaust pipe color. And then I'll have a variety of atmospherics kits running off that to try and get it to the thing. 20 will do me as a start. Just leave that running. Actually, how much is that going to end up using up? It'll only produce another 30, that's fine.
Power low.
Oh. Forgot that I can do this now. You don't have anything in you. I need some iron. An iron? Yes. Black paint. Yeah, that's a fair one, Altair, to do the color of the filters. Okay, so if I'm going to be filtering all this, I want it to come off this side, I think, and I'll have my input gases over this side. Input gases to the left, same as the input for the thing. So, let's go there. And then I'll figure out how I'm going to set up my atmospherics stuff off this. I'll just put down a bunch. Because I want to be able to have enough storage of gas coming off the furnace. I'm going to need to be able to bleed that heat, because I don't want to store the heat here. On Europa I wanted to, because I was going to need so much heat to keep the buildings warm, but here I don't need to. So I want to be able to just kind of bleed that heat off before I sort it so that I can keep more molecules of gas there. Without the pressure getting exceedingly high. Guess I could build like a station tank. Charlie, that's quite loud. Uh... Hmm. How expensive are the tanks? Do I want a full waste storage tank? I don't think I would do. I think if I just like build enough pipes, I should be able to store enough volume in it. Like if I do what I did on the inside. For the temperature regulator in there. Just build a little array of pipes going back and forth. And then I can put some radiators on them. That should be able to cope with it pretty well, I think. Now, the thing I'm not familiar with, because I've never bothered to capture my off gases, is what's going to be in them. I'm guessing I'll get CO2 in it. There'll be pollutant, which I'll just want to exhaust out, because I won't need to store it, because the atmosphere on this modified Mars is all pollutant. So I can just exhaust out the pollutant. That's probably the first one to set up. Let's do that. And I forgot to ditch my paints outside, because I'm a dope. Okay, so if it's CO2, X, and then some hydrogen and some oxygen, I should want to have a hydrogen and oxygen filter that feed back to the storage of those two to go back into the furnace. So I'll want 3... Wait, no. I guess I'd want 3 atmospherics then, because if I filter off CO2, if I filter off hydrogen, and I filter off... Oh, some ores outgas nitrogen and O2 too. There are a lot of gases. I'm going to need a lot of atmospherics. So, system set up more iron. That's cool. Like, I guess what I'll... Like, the filtering's not going to be quick, but the filtering's not intended to be quick because I don't furnace all the time. Um... I imagine that I'll operate the furnace, build up some gases in the pipes that hopefully I have enough pipes so that it's safe. You know, furnace... Fine, Tommaso, yes, furnace is not a verb, but you know what I meant. It's fine. Is the gases gained worth the cost of the filters? Who knows? The CO2 will be. Alright. Maybe I should get a big tank. What does big tank cost? Does big tank need me to have... Is the kit tank the big tank? It is, isn't it? Five tanks equals big tank. Okay. What the heck? Let's do it. Let's make a big tank. Because then I know I can safely pull stuff off. Hey, Fred. 5 tank kits. Make a big tank. Eat some tomatoes. Yeah. So I set up a big cooling tank, and then I can have my atmospherics coming off it. I think that makes a lot of sense. I figure having one big tank to start off with, and then I can mess with stuff later. But I think this is a good starting point. Alright, let's go see how big this tank is, because I can't remember. I remember it's big, but I can't remember how big. Made me jump. So that's the small tank, and it doesn't... I think the big tank holds a lot more pressure than the small tank. So the big tank explodes at the same point the pipes do? Question mark? Where's the... Oh, right. Dumb question. Where do I want to put this? I want it far enough away from the furnace. The small station tank can also hold 60. Okay, so I could do this with a small. The small tank requires 1 kit and can store 6,000 litres. The large tank requires 5 and can store 50,000 litres. Pressure is same on both. Alright, let's go large. Why not? Go big or go home. Also, the argument for using brown for the waste makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to get some brown spray paint. As I realize that CO2 makes a lot of sense to be black. What the? Why'd they go black again? I thought... Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. I did something wrong there that I just didn't notice because I was reading chat. Not really looking at what I was doing. I think this will be a decent starting point. Am I off-gassing? Right. I've got a few of these and a few steel sheets. I can make 5 more. Cool. Oh, that was quite the sigh, Charlie. That was quite the sigh. I can't wait for my Lego stream setup to be finished. I got one of the last things I needed yesterday. I think it's one of the last things I needed. Every time I do more with it, I realise there's more that I've forgotten to do. Can't wait to show off how big Charlie is. Like to give you guys some actual scale. And by scale, I mean pick her up and show you just how big she is. Yeah, this is what I was kind of thinking for the filtration setup. Have 3 of them with enough space in between that I can see and get at stuff. I'll have at least one of them set up to just go straight to the greenhouse, or at least straight to a cooling tank for just CO2. Because that's one of the gases that I do need to collect more so than the others. And then I was thinking Then I wasn't sure what to do next, actually. Oh, that's right. So I'll have one set up to just get rid of the pollutant because I don't need it. And then the rest will be... Then there'll be the one that's modifiable for what I need at the time. And then the one for CO2 as a permanent. As my initial 3. I may have other setups in the future. That's what I was thinking as a start.
Jetpack on.
There we go. Now, I probably want to send my unfiltereds back into the system. It does have a bit of inefficiency, but it's fine. I think it's slightly more efficient if you have, like, these in serial rather than parallel, but meh. Given that the way that Stationeers works, all of this is instantaneously one network, it should be okay. Just means that extracting the last little bit will always take longer. Assuming my understanding is correct. Which is often not the case in this. I need some steel plate and some more pipe. We got more smelted silicon here. No. Let's go ditch these over here for now. Well. True, burst pipes and lost gases are more inefficient. Yes, this particular setup is safer. Because you don't end up with one of them putting way too much pressure on the next one in the chain and then blowing that up. This way I've only got to monitor the pressure of this one system, which has a very large tank on it. It is less likely to explode. Especially if I put some sort of digital monitoring on it. So I can see it. So steel plates and more pipes. Yes, waiting patiently for the angry pipe noises. The angry pipe noises in this have got to be one of the best sound design bits in it. I don't know what bug you're referring to, Snipper. We got more silicon up here. We got heaps of silicon in one of these. That's got 44 grams. That's got 117. Can never seem to find stuff in this one. Right. What am I thinking? I want a passive vent and some some pollutant filters. That's what I want. Is that the silver? I didn't bring the silver inside, did I? Let's grab the silver, because people were saying that the silver is needed for the fancy filters. Do I have the rest of the stuff I need for the big filters? Medium filter. Pollutants. Constant tan. Don't know if that's worth it when the other one's so cheap. It'll eventually be worth it, but I don't know if it's worth it to me now. Wow, Groz. I was about to make myself some food, went out to the kitchen and saw that it was an absolute mess, so no bacon for me. Time to wander out for a pie instead. Sure. just leave the kitchen. The Lego streams will probably replace some of what I'm doing. I don't think I can make edited content at a reasonable pace. I just took the steel out of there and I need steel in there. Edited pace at a reasonable edited content at a reasonable pace if I stream more than I already do. So I will likely just fit it in amongst the other stuff. Like replace certain things some weeks, make some things every second week instead of every week. That sort of stuff. Oh, right, of course, Gruz, because you're working from home at the moment, aren't you? So you can't really take a chunk out of your day just to clean up your kitchen. That would eat into your lunch break. What else was I making? There was something else. Oh, filters. Filter for pollutant.
Power low.
And more pipes, because I'm going to need more pipes. Yes, I will need some radiators, but I'm not sure where I'm putting them yet, so I'll make them once I've got a bit more of this laid out. My kind of concept behind what I'm doing here is do it slowly, cautiously, build up each bit, and then realize that I've totally boned it at the end and have to redo it all anyway. But hopefully I've learned something along the way. Yeah, I want to... That's why I've kind of working from the back end of things first, setting up my... Actually, you know what, Stigi? You're actually probably right. It's not a bad point for me to put some radiators on.
Hydration critical.
Hydration critical. Oh, it's fine. Just let me do the things I'm doing. It's probably not a bad time to do it, actually, because I can just put some radiators in front of the tank here. Or out here, where it'll probably be outside. To cool down. Where's that yellow spray paint? There it is. I think I'm probably going to regret this, but I'm going to do it this way for now. Put my passive vent over here. Yeah. Now, I want to hook up the CO2 line as well. Yeah, as in I think for the people here, most seem to miss the Kiwi voice. I might make another tank. Can't remember what was required for the tank though. I'm thinking if I make another tank and make a small one to hold the CO2 until I build the new greenhouse. Yeah, Shadowstar, it kind of... I wonder if they've gotten rid of... Like, if they've added new voice lines. But if all the voice lines are the same, yeah, why don't they have a switch so you can choose between the morose American or the apparently jarring Kiwi? What did I need for the tank? I couldn't remember. Kit tank insulated. Oh, my big tank's not insulated. Is that going to be a problem? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Is that going to be a problem, everyone? Oh. Oh, well. Oh, look at that. I brought copper in. Exactly what I needed for this. I built the giant tank and I didn't build an insulated one. The tank's going to be outside, so I wanted the whole thing to cool anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't. Oh, I need more iron. Valinorius, when talking about Kiwis as in the people, it's referring to kiwi the bird, not kiwi fruit, the not native to New Zealand plant. Oh, I do want those frames. I'll figure that out after though. Grey. Oh, that's right. No, not one iron. Let's just do this the easy way rather than setting up the furnace. Because I want some grey spray paint. not spray paint. That would be a very different thing. There we go. So that'll be the CO2 one. In fact, yeah. Let's color these too. Not going to do anything with that one. That one's just going to be there for future planning. So that's pretty much the outgas sorted for now. Yeah. Because the CO2 is the one that I really need to keep for the time being. So now I need to sort out my in gases, my storage of volatiles and oxides, which also need to be kept separate to the very hot space. Now on previous goes, I didn't actually need to have a tank to store these. The pipe volume was enough. So I think I'm going to stick with that and hope that that's true on this case too. Are there two different blues or is there just the one blue? Just the one. Oh, hang on. There we go. That will hopefully prevent future errors. Now I know this isn't just oxide, but I'm still going to leave it as the green. And then I need to put another atmospheric system in here with a filter to take off the nitrogen. The nitrogen could also go and connect to this setup. Or maybe I'll filter off a second nitrogen tank rather than mixing them prematurely. Oh, actually, if I leave this up at this height, that should be able to go straight over the top of the other one when I put the atmospheric filtering system in. Should be a decent start. So that'll be the storage of the volatiles just in this pipe. The storage of oxide will come into another pipe, and then we'll have a mixing setup over here, which will then lead into the input. So I can mix them at the correct ratios. Hey, thanks, Webs. Because there's just the one input pipe. Does anyone know if I need to worry about the liquid output pipe if I'm not planning on putting water in there? No ice melting. If you don't melt ice in it, you don't need. Cool. Didn't think so. Cool, cool, cool. I do not plan to melt ice in it. Water ice, that is. Not needed if you don't put water in, but water can be handy when needing high pressure and low temperature. Ah, yeah. I can see that. Right. That was for this. So I want a pair of CO2 filters. Then I'm going to want another atmospherics kit. And a pair of... I guess... I could either use nitrogen or oxygen filters. Either way would work. I haven't set up any chutes, really, except for the one that went into the generator room. I will set up chutes on this, I think. Because it makes it easier to queue up the things that you need with that, and then without having to run back and forth to a storage, you can kind of dump in the right ratios into the queue. Let's go nitrogen filter. Hang on, if nitrogen's black, what's... Oh, nitrogen oxide is green. Eh. Kind of like nitrogen being green because I haven't really used nitrous oxide much. Guess that could be used as a trap for Capac. Give him an oxygen bottle that's actually just nitrous. But I think I'm going to have to probably be sensible and actually match the colors to the colors they chose. And keep nitrogen as black. Oh, poop. I did this wrong. I want oxygen filters, not nitrogen filters. Well, let's just ditch those there for now. I'll make some new ones. X is red? Yellow. X is yellow. Because it's got the biohazard symbol on it. I like my fuel mix to be red because it reminds me that it goes blammo if you overheat it. Let's put line there. Make some oxygen filters. Which is white. I do H2 as pink because... So if we have a look, volatiles, yes, is red. But I tend to do the volatiles as pink because the volatile ice is pink. And then I do the fuel mix as red. I know you could flip those two around, but that's the way I've done it, and I feel like it works well enough. But I'll stick with... That'll be my one break from the other standards. I want probably another tank. Kit tank. And I'm going to want some steel frames. Clean, breathable air, green. Yeah, that makes sense too. Um, Webs, hang on, I should read out the question first. Hang on. How many gift subs and/or bits would it take to have you do an industrial overhaul and/or water mod playthrough? None. I've avoided the water mod in survival because in my testing of it, it didn't add enough for the issues that I ran into. It's still being worked on, so that may change in the future. Industrial overhaul, I didn't find it added what I was hoping it would add to the game for me. It added more steps, but it didn't add more depth. And I think that's as much a limitation of the systems that Clockwork was... Clockwork who made that one, isn't it? Was working with as it is anything else, but it just didn't have the depth. So I didn't feel like I wanted to go back to it. Which is unfortunate. Indeed, Gruz. Indeed we were. Talking about this the other day. So yeah, I don't think... Like, I'm not going to do something that I don't enjoy just because of money. I was recently approached to play a game as a sponsored stream. A game that I have... I would probably give a crack at, but I have previously criticized it openly on stream. So didn't feel like that was the right thing to do. So I had to turn it down. No, not the fly spray game. Something that actually seems like an okay game. It's just not what I want to play. So yeah. Stupid morals getting in the way of money. The worst part, the worst part about it was, I think I probably could have enjoyed that game for long enough to do the stream that they wanted me to do. I just wouldn't have enjoyed it. I just wouldn't have ever come back to it. Teach me to open my big mouth in critical ways. No, it won't. I'll still say what I think. Oops, that's not what I want to do. No, it was not. It was not Planet Crafter. But yeah, webs. I know a lot of other people enjoy that style of play. It's not for me, unfortunately. The industrial overhaul, that is. And the issues I've run into with the water mod also create issues for the way I play the game, being that I tend to anticipate playing a save for a while, and if something's not very stable, then that works against that side of things, and I then avoid it as a result. That's the wrong way around. That's meant to be nitrogen coloured. Get in there. Yeah, I don't think we should play a guessing game for what it was, because like, the people that contacted me were perfectly pleasant about it. It's a perfectly fine game, it's just not for me. So I'd rather not say something that... Yeah, I'd rather not say more than I have. No, Cesium Cool, that game is just pure... what's the term? Terrible. But frustratingly has entered our little cultural zeitgeist enough that people don't even have to be paid to talk about it, because it comes up in our conversation because they've put so much money into their advertising. Alright. So now we need a mixer. So that's probably enough pipe to store enough oxide in, I think. Enough stuff without overpressuring it. I should also say, I don't begrudge anyone who takes those sponsorships for those companies when they need to pay their rent or some such. I hope I never have to be in that position, and I don't want to sound like I'm standing on my high horse saying that other people shouldn't when they need to. I'm just fortunate that I was able to make the choice that fitted with my principles and still pay my mortgage. Because yeah, I absolutely would not begrudge anyone taking, you know, like those terrible earbuds that always get advertised, that from all I've read about them outside of that are actually pretty awful. That sort of thing. It was coming in here because I wanted to make mixing valve thing. Pressure regulator. Volume pump. Pipe analyzer. Kit gas mixer, that's the one. This acts as a volume pump as well as a gas mixer, doesn't it? If I'm remembering correctly. No. Do I need volume pumps for moving any of the stuff that I've got? Don't think I do. Oh. A note on your 3x3 of radiators. Each large frame cell can only support one radiator for heat transfer. Oh well. That makes me sad. And grab the pipe. Okay, we have that's part of the setup done. Now I just need to have my storage area for the fuel mix, which I want some red spray paint for. As a storm hits and pushes me into the thing. Oh wait, oh, I'm gonna chance it. Let's see if I can catch this before it gets blown away. No, no, get back here. Yeah, got it. Oh, I can't spray paint stuff when it's in there. Put that down, spray paint it. And then put the spray paint away. Put that away. Grab a wrench. Pick it up. Stack it on. Yeah. That's called storm safety. Now I need more pipe. Ooh, I do have a bit more. It's been slow to come together, but it is coming together. Actually, let's do this. Should give me more control, give me some more space to figure out whether I'm going to need any valves or things to prevent that inlet pipe from overheating. Now, do the turbines look like I could chop my hand off? That is a yes. Yeah, R-Type, changing the color of the pipes by manipulating the stacks is a bit cheesy, but I don't think it's something they should remove from the game. And the price of paint is so low that it doesn't really matter that you're doing things that way. The reason I don't think they should change it is because if you had to keep a stack of each separate color of each bit of pipe and each bit of cable, that'd be horrendous. The other solution, I guess, would be everything that goes into your inventory goes back to the default colors, and you have to then spray it when it's in place. But I think that would cause more hassle than the tiny bit of iron cost would add in terms of gameplay. But I would certainly just wear that on the chin if they did change it. I'd be like, oh yeah, fair enough. I can see why they did it. I wouldn't have cared enough to do it, but I can see why they did it. Sort of thing. Yeah, I'm planning on more batteries, but they're lower priority than getting this furnace set up. I want this furnace up and running first. And I brought my paint inside. Now, I wanted more pipes, that's right. Oop. So the long length on the premixed gas should be okay. Although I guess you're right. Maybe I should make it so there's... No, so the reason I like having the large amount of storage of premixed gas is because then I can operate the furnace without having to worry that I'm going to run out of premixed gas. The longer length shouldn't be a problem in terms of temperatures here, because Mars doesn't get hot enough. Especially with insulated pipe. Because the insulated pipe, the gases going into that mix are going to be cold, and they will stay cold until they hit the furnace. That's, I think, how it's going to work. I think. Hopefully I'm right, because that could get messy if I'm wrong. Could be funny if I'm wrong, though. Because fortunately, I've made that setup isolated enough from the rest of it that if it goes boom, I still have the stuff around to be able to rebuild it. So it's not the biggest disaster. It'll be a pain and it'll make me unhappy, but it's not the biggest disaster. The thing I want to figure out once I've tested this setup works is how to remote control the furnace so I can have the furnace in its own temperature regulated room. And not have to actually be at the controls. But I again, that's for after I've tested it and made sure it all works with what I've done. Because then I want to set that up and go, well, I have to move this whole new control setup. That's going to be annoying. This should be enough pipe to finish it off, I think. Should make some cable while I'm here. Yeah, would I have to use integrated circuits? Or can I get away with just simple ins and outs and buttons to push? Because I'd like the buttons to push. Like, still manual control of it, but just remote manual control was what I was thinking. Yeah, Lucien, that's kind of what I was thinking. Something run with switches and with a display above it that shows me the pressure inside and that sort of thing. I'm looking forward to messing around with that. I think that'll be fun. Because I like the idea of having to do the manual control balancing. It's kind of the manual balancing of everything. It's kind of fun to me. Creates an interesting challenge. All right, so we have our in pipe, we have our out pipe, we have space for the out pipe to go to. We need power brought over, so I need power to everything, including these 2 filters and this thing here. All right. Probably going to regret not doing this in heavy cable at some point. So everyone in chat's talking about integrated circuit setups. I find... like, for me, I'll never be good enough at writing those things myself to make it feel like I created the thing. If for me to use an integrated circuit setup would be me just copying someone else's work, and I would feel less attached to it. I know you kind of have to for some things, but for the stuff I don't have to, I'm more inclined to use my own custom logic things. Because it's more fun for me. No, Lucian, I don't think you appreciate just how much I struggle with coding stuff. Yeah. Not something I want to mess around with just yet. And more cable. My plan to try and get better at being able to look at stuff like that and feel like I've got some ability to do something with it is learning the Lego stuff. Because I feel like that's going to be more interesting to me as a initial thing. That is an interesting way to say hello, Takari. And that should be enough, yeah. Waiting. Ah. Okay, and where am I getting power from? Probably direct from the battery is going to be the shortest route. Should probably make the heavy one go up and down rather than this one, since the heavy is going to be removed at some point not too distant future. So once I've got some decent CO2 capture from the furnace, I don't need the generator anymore. So I'll get rid of that room and start planning how I'm going to set up the other permanent bits of my base. There we go. Power connected to it all. So let's start with shoving some ice in here. Getting out my ammo analyzer. So we got O2 and N2. 3.6 megapascals. We can shove more in there. Okay, let's turn this on. 100% nitrogen. 100% oxygen. Working as intended. Shove the rest of our ice in. Turn that on and let's shove some volatiles in. And then I need to set that up. So we've got 1,200 moles of O2. Almost got 1,000 moles of volatile. Yeah, Buddha, that's my issue with the 50 times. Like every node drops 50 ore mods. It just felt like way too much. Like so much that it wasn't really. It kind of ruined a lot of the game for me. So that's why I preferred the one that was a bit more balanced that I used in the previous couple of playthroughs. Because it gave Capac and I a reason to mine, but it kind of halved the mining time sort of thing, which was nice. Okay, so my standard setup is going to be... Which one's input 1? Does it say if I remove this pipe? Input 2 is the top. So we want 2 to 1. Input 1 needs to be 66%. Yep. There we go. 2 hydrogen to 1 oxygen. Then if we turn this on... Yep, I got that right. Cool. We have gas mix. This is working. So far. I'm kind of tempted, since it's daylight, to go out and collect a few volatiles and oxides and really fill up this system. And then we'll do some smelting and see what I can create. Oh no, wait, I need to build the, whatchamacallits. I need to build the chutes as well, because I need to be able to load up more than just a single block at a time. But I do need more iron. Now we can start looking at fancy alloys. Yes, this is far better than haphazardly shoving stuff into the furnace.
Power low.
Oh. Of course it's low as I walk away. There's some iron. Do 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 do. Oh. I was hoping I would connect with this plot of iron over here. Yeah, I wish the game did have modifiers in game for changing the amount of yield you get per node. They've got ways to make custom worlds that have more nodes, but I wish you could modify how much you get per node of ores in the game rather than having to mod it to do that. Because it is something that is so popular to mess with that I feel like it would simplify things a lot for people and give access and speed things up for people who don't immediately think, oh, maybe I can mod this when something doesn't quite play out quickly enough. That was a decent yield of iron. Is there more?
Jetpack on.
I don't think so. that way anyway. This way. And I love the heavy drill. This would have taken so long before. How much iron have I collected? 200, 300, 400 and something. That's alright. Now I have to decide what fancy ore what fancy alloy I'm going to try and make with my new furnace. Should probably make more of the basic ones to begin with. It also might be worthwhile building some more, like organizing my lockers a bit better, so I've got all the ores arranged where I want them.
Jetpack on.
A bit easier to find them amongst other things. Which alloy is needed for the large station battery? Oh, that's a good thought. Maybe I could beeline that. I might even already have them. Yeah, setting up a group of large station batteries would be a good idea. Think of what it is. I think it might be Electrum. One of the nicest thing about the big station battery is that the buttons and switches and stuff are all on the front. So you can have them perfectly side by side and you won't lose access to their switch. That's honestly my most liked feature of it. Large station battery, 35 gold, 35 copper, 35 steel, 10 grams electrum. Yeah, it was electrum. Oh, stellite. Ooh, okay, so we do have a fancy one to make. Cool.
Jetpack on.
Yeah, let's try that. We'll look up what is required for stellite, since we still have enough electrum, I think. Let's see if we can make some stellite. What is required for stellite? Get stellite. Temperature requirements. 1.8... Oh, 100... Yeah. 1800 Kelvin. And 10 to 20 megapascals. That's quite hot. Silver, silicon, and cobalt. Okay. That's high pressure and hot. So I need to have all of the materials in the furnace to begin with. Otherwise I'll lose temperature really quickly as the components come in.
Jetpack on.
Yeah, warped space. I was thinking of doing the same thing with my furnace, setting it up in a an isolated chamber. I think I will eventually. I think I can make. I've definitely made stellite under worse conditions than what I've currently got. So I think I should be able to get it done. May require more than one attempt to get it done though. Which again, I'm okay with. I kind of find the furnace minigame, as it were, to be a bit of fun. To try and manually balance all the things going on. And that looks like most of the oxide that was here. If you have the ore refined already, it doesn't bring the temp down as much. Yeah, I find it... Yeah, that's good to know, actually. I would need some sort of way to split the numbers right, which is harder without the... which is harder when they're no longer ores. I remember when Kabak and I were playing with the research enabled, the stackers and stuff were kept behind like some ridiculously difficult to get alloy. So we never had them. Which probably has affected how often I use them. Because they weren't something I could use, so I just kind of forgot about them. And that's lead, which I've got heaps of. I don't need to worry about it. I would like to get some more silicon because I'm going to be doing I'll be doing a proper greenhouse soon enough. I do have to keep an eye on my power though. I'm down to 24%. I'm just kind of hoping that I can do like I did when I first got this drill and just slam these storage just full. So every time I'm out at night, I feel like I should just fill up my inventory with as much ore as I can get hold of. Don't know if it's the right thing to do. Feels like the right thing to do. No, I didn't build the light pole on top of the hill so I didn't get lost again. What I've got is a GPS. So I will never get lost again as long as I have power for my tablet. And as long as I'm carrying the GPS module for the tablet. Just here.
Jetpack on.
In fact, maybe I should head roughly toward home. Oh, be quiet, noisy bird. That is literally called a noisy miner. See, I wasn't far from home. It's all good. Nothing to fear. Okay, then. Shoots, that's what we need. I really hope that bird isn't coming through too much on the microphone. This is really loud to me, but I'm hoping it's in the right direction, that the mic's not picking it up properly. Should let Charlie out there to scare the bird off. But she is deep asleep right now. Oh, great, you do hear it. And I was coming in here for getting the chutes, which are over here. No, no pet birds, just wild birds that decide that hanging out on the roof of my shed, which is my office, is the place they want to hang out and make lots of noise. It's just awesome. It's really annoying. Be alright if it was like, there are a few birds around here that have really lovely songs. Cockatoos are not one of them. But currawongs are a native bird here that has a really nice song to listen to. I'd be very happy to hear them all the time. Try 7 peacocks in your tree by your window at night. No. No, you can have that one. Takari. And I reckon this is probably close to enough. We'll let it go 15 and then stop. I've never been much one for pet birds.
Light on.
I mean, it's cool having things like cockatoos because they're really quite smart. They live for so long, but I feel like that'd be almost one of the downsides. If they live for so long, I'd be like, you'd be so attached to it by the end. Do I want to build a bin or do I want to build an inlet? Because the bin requires power and I have to manually... Yeah, I probably want the bin so I don't accidentally drop the wrong thing in. Yep. Was thinking exactly that. using window shoots to show what's in there. Oops. I'm gonna need more shoots. Yeah, I didn't realize how expensive the windowed shoots were, that you needed actually more than one shoot per thing. I think Kemsies is still in chat. Thanks so much. I just noticed the Patreon thing. I need to... Oh, one of the things I want to do with the Lego stream is I need to figure out how to output the Patreon supporters to be able to put them up on a running thing that goes on one of the screens, on the big screen behind me on the Lego streams. I'll have to figure out a way to make that look good. It's one of the things I want to do. Iron. I think I just put away my... I did. Oh, that's right. I need to set up a centrifuge soon, too, to get my stuff back when I stuff it up. Yeah, Magron, it'll be something like that. There's a way to output a CSV from Patreon. But I also kind of wanted to see if I could do it for the YouTube members and the Twitch subs as well. But I just haven't, to be honest, I haven't even looked into it. Oh, Marathi. Oh, wow. The birds in the background aren't too bad, to be fair. They make for some pretty cheap atmospheric sound. That should do. Ooh. I just thought of a cool project for the future. We've got sound blocks in this now. I want to try and make, like, elevator music for an airlock at some point. Just something really, really basic, but still, like, so that it's actually custom made for it. Right. The outlet... Hang on. Does the outlet need to be... Come on, brain, work. Work with me here. If I have an outlet Shoot. Hang on, I probably don't want to do that one way. So, while I'm thinking of it. So if I have an outlet here, facing this way. Yeah, I want it kind of opposite. If I have an outlet there, will it automatically shove stuff out and just pop it onto the floor for me? Or do I need a stacker so that stuff will pile up behind it and it'll only pop out when I tell it to? Okay, so I need a stacker. Let's go see if I can make a stacker. Because I don't want the stuff to just pop out. Yeah, I was just watching chat catch up with my line of thinking there. No, you don't need a stacker. And arriving just as I'm saying why I want a stacker. And then oh, never mind. All right. Yep, gotcha. And is a stacker here? No, I think it's electronics. No. Where is the stacker? Is it here? Yes. More iron. No! Oh. I mean, I did enjoy dropping the ingots on Kapak's head. That was fun. Hi, Kibble. That was enjoyable. No, Persistent Snafu, I want the stacker because I don't want it to automatically drop out. I want it to queue up behind and then dump out when I'm ready to pick them up. I have not upgraded my lathe, no. Hi, Captain Zahara. I thought stackers could be switched off, so I'd have to switch it on to be able to actually have it spit things out, otherwise it'll just sit there. Yeah, exactly. So I can just switch the stacker off when I don't want it to eject stuff, and stuff will just queue up back. Which is exactly to my purpose. I know it doesn't always happen, but sometimes I know what I'm doing. Ish. Ish. Which would start simple and reload often would be my tips for learning stuff. So if I stick the stacker... Stacker there. Then we go... Corner. And we have outlet. Like so. And yeah, when starting out, keeping the wiki open is a good idea too. But I think, as I've been saying a bit today, I think using the wiki too much can also be a detriment to the fun you have. So use it till you feel like you can keep yourself alive. Once you can keep yourself alive, experiment. Learn through failure. It's a lot more fun that way. Like, I feel like I know enough of the basics now that I don't need to go to the wiki except for finding specific ratios of alloys and stuff like that. Which to me is the sort of thing that you'd look up in the real world anyway. Yeah, Magron, I could remotely control the stuff that's inside this room so I wouldn't have to keep going through the airlock. Stuff like that is in the future. I do things kind of bit by bit. Also getting stackers off these so that I don't have to pick these up off the floor. Yeah, Lucian, the in-game Stationpedia thing is pretty good. Especially that it holds your page that you were last on. So I bring up information about Stellite, I can then press F1, close it again, and that'll help me when I'm smelting it shortly. Oops. I don't know why I tried to put that in the mining belt. That'll do for now. Probably got enough power generation that I can leave these machines on, but I don't want to take the chance yet. I think what I'll do... I do want to get to a point where I can just leave all the machines on and their idle power is not an issue for me. Because it is annoying having to remember to turn stuff off. Go. Okay. I think everything's cabled up. So, for Stellite, we need... So if we go 2 stacks of silicon, a stack of silver, and a stack of cobalt. Should probably turn this off soon. Probably should have turned it off before because it's going to chew through the power. And yes, I should probably make another tablet so I can put the Atmo analyzer, have it in a separate one. There we go, that can turn off now. So, silicon. 50 silicon, 50 silicon. Silver. 50 silver, and then I need the cobalt, which I don't think I have 50 of, actually. Don't. Ah, dang it. I'm going to have to go out and get some cobalt. I want to make this in a big enough batch that when I make it, I don't need to make it again soon. Rather than making a tiny batch of it and then realizing I need so much more. especially since it's not particularly easy to make. Indeed, not enough Steve. Need more Steve. And just keep emptying these things out. It's almost morning, so I should be able to go out and find some cobalt. You almost done? Yep. This is going to be so annoying to sort later. Oh well. Alright, let's go find some cobalt.
Jetpack on.
Definitely found some round the base somewhere around here. And I'm not going to mine anything except for cobalt. Focused. No distraction. I don't have any reason to make the Mark II stuff. So I have no idea when. See ya, Kitamaru. Cobalt. Where are you? Is that cobalt up there, or is that ice? I think it's ice. As in oxide. Yeah, it's oxide. Yep. We've all heard those words before. We'll see if I stick to it. I mean, if I mine everything, then the only thing I'll be left able to find is the cobalt, so that could work too. Ooh. Ooh. Is that it?
Jetpack on.
Is that copper up there? Or is that more oxide? I think that's more oxide. I'm going to keep investigating this thing, which I am suspicious is cobalt. It's looking very cobalt-like. And that looks looking very oxide-like. Yeah. Come to me, Steve. Come to me. That's 50. That's the 50 I need. looks to be all there is. Oh, nope. Another one. Okay, that looks like that's all there is
Power
here.
low.
Yep. Okay. Oh, no, there's another bit there. Maybe there's more with this iron. Nope. Alright. Well, that got me the cobalt I need to make the thing, so let's go back home. Which I think is in this direction. I think. Should really build on top of a hill. Okay, I wasn't quite right on the direction, but at least I found my base anyway. Yes, Steve-O will never see his wife again, and Steven, well, that's just too sad to talk about. Then there's Stephanie, still in orbit. Still up there, waiting for a rescue that may never come.
Jetpack on.
Okay. I don't have a place to do that anymore. Right.
Light on.
So it was silver and silicon. Silver. And silicon. It's the right ratios, isn't it? 1 to 2 to 1. Yep. 50 silver, 100 silicon, 50 cobalt. Okay, so let's turn you on. In goes the silicon. Silver. And cobalt. And turn you off. Alright. Let's pump through a bit more fuel mix. So, for this, I need hot, proper hot, and high pressure. So I'll need to put a fair bit of fuel in there before I ignite it. I really need a fuel gauge on this line so I can see how high pressure it is. Okay, so advanced furnace on. That is out of the furnace. This is in. Okay, that's going to explode because I put too much in there. I think. Nope. Silicon's getting smelted. Temperature's coming down. Pressure's going down rapidly because this is on output. I forgot how this worked. Okay, so we've got all the stuff in there now. If I off gas from... If I not kick all the gas out... I should then be able to get the temperature up quick enough to just pop out stuff. This is a brief window. Right. Out we go. Will do. Come on. Keep going. Think I got it. Yeah! What? Did I only make... Whoa, so I only get 50 grams of stellite from all that stuff I put in. I didn't get 200 grams. Cool. I'm glad I put so much in. We got our stellite. Let's go make some steel, I guess. Hooray! Let's do some more. Always need plenty of steel. Is it still hot enough? Ooh, no. No, it is not. Although steel is 800, isn't it? No, it's 900 Kelvin. Yeah, I think that's going to drop before. So let's do... Silicon need. Maybe I can get 50 silicon done. Let's try another bit. Chance it. Yeah. Where's my other silicon? What? Oh, weird. Oh, right, because yep, got it. Got it. I see what I did wrong. Cool. My advanced furnace setup is working adequately. Let's go check up the... Let's check this side of things. What have we got in here? 2.7 megapascals at 1500 degrees Celsius. But it is falling. And that's kind of the intent. I can turn this one on and exhaust out some of the X. Should help drop the temperature a bit faster. And I can also move the CO2 over to the CO2 storage. And I've got quite a bit of hydrogen and oxygen, so I think I might set up a couple of reclamation filters to get my hydrogen and oxygen back. Because that's a decent amount that's in there. Ish. It's not nothing. And I'd only have to turn it on for a little while to get the stuff out. It's a good amount of CO2. Cool. This is probably my best furnace setup yet. I think. Because I've never really bothered with the gas capture. So it's kind of fun to have been able to do it. And I guess I should claim that nitrogen and mix it into my, like, have my nitrogen storage tank hooked up to it. Maybe make a big nitrogen storage tank instead. So how big is that? Well, is it already? Oh, it's pretty empty. So it seemed like I get more nitrogen from the off-gassing of the furnace than I do from breaking up the oxide. Pressure's coming down pretty quickly though, as the CO2 and pollutant come out. Ah, thanks, Scavenger Steve. Yeah, Demonworks, I think I might slap a radiator on here somewhere, but I'm not sure I need to just yet. And I haven't decided where. It's the where that I haven't decided, so that's why I'm holding off. I figure I'm not going to be using these gases for a while, so I can just let them bleed off their temperature without having to go to that length. I can probably switch off the X one soon. Yeah, that tank holds a lot of volume. So I think it's going to take me using the furnace for quite some time to accidentally overpressure it. Particularly if I made the habit of turning these two on to begin with, like before I started the furnace operating. Yes, the temperature coming down will affect the pressure. The pressure coming down... The reduced amount of moles of gas in there will allow the temperature to bleed off more quickly as well. Yeah, Devoke, the auto nightlight is working, but I've now built my advanced furnace setup with gas recapture. Okay, let's turn off the pollutant one. We've gotten rid of that pretty effectively. How's this looking? Okay, so that's already up to 10 megapascals. I think I need a big tank for the CO2. we're pretty much out of CO2 in there too. Let's get rid of that off. Turn that off. Yeah, now it'll just be getting the nitrogen and then getting the hydrogen and oxygen back into these networks. Cool, cool, cool. How much fuel have I left in here? Oh, a little bit. Not nothing. I think, though, that's probably the point to wrap up here for today. After almost 6 hours of Stationeers. Because I definitely get carried away playing this on my own and chatting with you guys. I'm hoping next week what I can do is finish off the gas capture and then start, now with my better drill, collecting enough materials to make a proper greenhouse that is isolated and just a greenhouse, and building proper hydroponics things, not the portable one. That's what I'd like to do. I'll potentially look at using the water system as the thermal buffer again, rather than the pollutant one that I've got there. But we'll see. I may still end up using a pollutant one as coolant because I've got access to a lot of it. Yes, Lenjet, I did start at 6:45 this morning. I was up early and I went, yeah. So yeah, next time, do some more fiddling on this, do some more organization of all my gases, and set up a proper greenhouse. I will see if I find time. I might not, but otherwise we'll build a whole lot of lockers and put a proper storage room just off from here with all of the lockers and all full of ores and stuff, because I think having it organized would be preferable, and probably having enough mining belts to put all the ores into as well would be nice. Get some reagent stuff, but I think greenhouse is the go for next time. I will be back on Saturday, I think, for some more Icarus in the morning over on the Flipsy channel. Don't have any plans to stream tomorrow. But more importantly,
Hunger, caution.
Survival Impossible will be back probably on Saturday night, my time. And it'll be as a premiere, which as soon as I've finished editing the video, which I'm going to edit today, the rest of it, I will put the premiere up, and that should give you a link to go to on my channel page where you can click Remind Me when it goes live so that you'll know when the episode releases. And I'll be there in text chat while the episode plays for the first time. And it's like, you know, the usual 40, 45, 50 minutes sort of length. So yeah, there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody.